G'day champions, how you going, legends? That was a bit of a clunky beginning there. I hope it's actually streaming. You never quite know with the internet these days in 2023. What is it? 2023? Jesus. Who's out there? What's going on? So this one I got approval on, and I've done the proof of concept repairs. So now we've just got to neat and tidy it up and take the measurements for the job sheet and stick back in the box, mate. So let's do that. Give you a listen first, as is customary. Got a speaker plugged in, got the mains plugged in. G'day David, here you go mate. Click. We're going to do this one. I'm going to finish the Apollo 80. I'm going to probably do the Egnator and then maybe start and finish the Delta Blues. I've got to see what's been approved because my accounting software, you know, the job tracking software is pretty shit, and jobs are getting approved. It used to send me an email when they got approved, so it was like, sweet, I know the job's approved. But now it's stopped doing that, so I've actually got to sign in and check the approved quotes and just see that everything's hunky-dory. How you going, Lyle? Yeah, another one. There's always one of these. They're like the Fender Hot Rod series, mate. Yeah, this one actually has an issue 20 board. I looked at this one last week. I think that was after you left the stream. What am I doing? Oh, authenticating things. So this had a bunch of shit wrong with it. As usual, it's never one single failure point anymore. It seems that it comes in for one thing, and the customer, in their mind, it's one fault that's gone wrong, one component's wrong. But you take that away, and then you're like, the pots are really scratchy, what the fuck's going on here? And you ask the customer, like, do you notice the pots are scratchy? Oh yeah, it's been doing that for years, but they only bring it in when it stops producing signal at all. So I think that was the case with this one. Sorry, I'm just looking through my jobs. I'm not staring at the camera intently for any particular reason. Accepted quotes. This one, Egnator Rebel 30. Maton Master Sound. Artist Guitars, waiting on parts. Gretsch Duojet, waiting on parts. Apollo 80, I can finish off. Hondo P-Bass, that's a fucking never-ending shit show. TV Mark, Frank Gambale combo, waiting on parts. Mesa King Snake combo, we can do that one. Maton Acoustic, we can do that one, but it's not very good for filming. The guitar stuff's just not easy to film. It's not like electronics where you're looking at a device. It's like you got to move shit and stuff. It's not very conducive to good video. Martin D40, that's at home. I've got to finish that as long as the weather behaves. We've had some wicked storms. It's been fantastic. I love storms and humid hot weather. Martin D18, that's a full respray, so that ain't happening until the weather calms down. I've still got to strip the stuff off that. That one was a bit of a... I think I got swindled on that one. So... I don't know if I should be saying this publicly. But you know, the stream's only up for a month and I'll delete it. The guy brought the guitar in and he was pushing for an insurance assessment, and I don't know that what happened to it is what happened to it, but I'm just looking at it from an objective point of view. The finish has failed. The finish has gone milky and sticky, so I'm stripping that one back and redoing it. But there's been a lot of humidity here in Australia recently, so a lot of guitars have suffered, and their finish has suffered as a result. Anyway, it is 6:08 AM here. I rode the push bike here. I got here about 45 minutes ago. So I woke up at like 3:30 AM. couldn't get back to sleep, so I got up, looked at emails, had a shower, got on the push bike, and in the pitch black rode my ass down here. I've got the wickedest light on the front of that thing, no way. But I ride through a fair bit of like sort of pretty heavy bushland to get here, and you gotta admit it's a bit scary at night. You're sort of like looking over your shoulder, any drop bears coming at me. But yeah, I got here in one piece, and I had to do the walk of shame because I didn't want to start the coffee machine at 3 AM and wake everyone in the house up. So I got a fucking McDonald's coffee. There's a McDonald's like 20-30 meters down the road from me. So yeah, I'd never use them for anything except for coffee when it can't be avoided. There is nothing there for you. Right, so this one, I think I'll just refresh your memory. I'll pull the schematic up, refresh my memory too. That one, yep. Let's get rid of all my pornos. You don't want to see them. Get rid of that. And we're good. So the juxta the problem, okay, it came in, I can't remember what it came in for, hang on. Let me refresh my memory. It's been like a weekend and I've already forgotten. My God. So there's no signal? No, it was really weak, that's right. Okay, it had bugger all output, it was really distorted and weak. So that was one thing. That was the reason it was brought in for. Turned out that was, what was it? A plate resistor, R1. Very low distorted output, FX return output good and strong. That means power amp is healthy. Once resolved, crackling and hum apparent. So there was crackling, volume controls very scratchy, distorted, strange gain structure. Track to shorted tone stack coupling capacitor, leaking high voltage to places it shouldn't. Oh God, hiccups. Shouldn't be. Approximately 240 volts present on tone and volume controls, resulting in scratchy operation noise and possibly causing other damage. So I tracked it down to C20, one of those shitty silver mica, like fuck silver mica for everything, eh? And let me show you. Yes, a 9mm extremely radioactive capsule was lost in Western Australia, somewhere, it's like a 2,000, 3,000 kilometre drive. Whoops! Surely that will be easy to track down though. I don't think it's something that anyone's going to pick up, because, you know, 3 or 4 cars a fucking year drive on that road, so all they got to do is get the Geigers out there. They've probably got vehicles specially designed for that shit to go out and find that pellet. Well, it's like a little, it looks like a tall button cell battery. So I think it's used in the mining for exploratory mining. They use it for like sampling the quality of the ground or whatever, seeing its porosity, that kind of thing. So they know what drills to use, that kind of stuff. I've got a mate that's an exploratory, or was an exploratory miner, and they take the core samples. They they drill this, like, I don't know, 90mm fucking hollow core drill, and it pulls out a core of rock, right? And then they send that, they break it up into, like, I don't know, 2-meter sections, and they put it on this carriage. It just looks like corrugated iron, and it just holds them. And they wrap them up and send them off to what they call the core lickers. So I love the mental image of some guy in a like lab coat going up to the core and just licking it to see what minerals are in it. So they send it off to the core lickers, and then they find out if there's any minerals worth mining for in that area. But yes, I think to determine what kind of drills they use, that kind of thing, sometimes they will use a radioactive source. They do it for, I think, concrete slab diagnosis, like to see if it's got concrete cancer, that kind of thing. You dated a core liquor before. Oh, fucking, no wonder your name's Matthew Power. You got a diamond cutter down there. Jesus. Anyway, long story short, you see these utes driving around from time to time, usually in building places or places where they're not prospecting, what's the word? I don't know, it's gone. But when they're setting up new areas for like housing estates, that kind of thing, because they're assessing the soil quality and whether they can put foundations on that area without issue, or what they've got to do to put foundations on that area, because they'll find a way. So you see these utes driving around that have radioactive signs on the back of them in like a locked toolbox. So it's not, you know, the media blows everything way open. If you don't swallow the thing, you're fucking fine. It's not going to, they said it's going to give you radioactive burns. Like, if you hold it in your hand for 24 hours, yeah, maybe. But that's not the biggest danger. The biggest danger with radioactive shit is when it gets inside you and starts basically replacing the natural minerals that your body would have because they're chemically similar. Surveyor, that's it. Thank you, John. Oh my god, sorry, like I said, it's 6:15 AM here. I've already been up for 2 hours. So anyway, one of them went missing. They'll find it, don't stress. No one's out there anyway, who cares? If it was a powder, like in those RTGs, radiothermal generators that they used to have in the Soviet Union, because they're fucking idiots, they thought, yeah, let's power our, you know, radar outposts and stuff with a thermonuclear source, and then we'll have a really weak, shitty Peltier cell around it, and because it's always cold, because this is a shithole, we'll have a hot source in the middle, which is the radioactive source, and then a cold out the external, and the temperature differential will give a couple of volts and a couple of milliamps from this Peltier cell, and we'll be able to power just some outpost radio bullshit. So what they forgot is, you know, to go and pick these things up again, yeah? So they left him out there, and because they get hot, they melt themselves into the snow, so there'd be a fucking hole, and at the bottom is this radiothermal, RTG, radiothermal generator, and because everyone's broke as shit out there, they just dug them up and recycled them for scrap metal, and they found this powder in the middle that was like iridescent. So they put it on their face as makeup, just like a jar of powder. It was, I forget what it was like strontium something, some strontium 90 or some shit, and yeah, they all died, and the whole village suffered radiation sickness, I'm trying to say. Yeah, so that's not a good way of powering anything unless you're sending it, you know, like Voyager. I think Voyager's powered by an RTG, but it's fucking further away than anything that humankind's ever made, so good. Jesus Christ, you get me on the tangents. I'm just going to ignore the chat because I can't afford to do that every 5 minutes. Anyway, so C20. Alright, so let's have a look. I'm very talkative for 6 AM. It's fucking ridiculous. The C20 was leaking. This great schematic, I know. 470 pico, 500 volt. I tested it at 250 volt with the insulation tester, and yeah, she's short circuit more or less, a couple of ohms. So yeah, this connector stuff is all bullshit. It's all different on every board, every revision. So anyway, connector 11. We ran through this last time. So it comes from the tone stack. Connector 11 is actually connector 6. That capacitor doesn't exist, so forget that. Link standard, see? And we've got a cathode follower there. So the cathode's sitting at 200 and something volts, and it was leaking into the tone stack. And when it was leaking into the tone stack, there was voltage fucking everywhere, and this was the most obvious one. The volume controls were really scratchy because the tone stack's broken to ground by the C24. There's really only this pot and the 2 volume pots that were really bad, and they're 1 meg, so you know, no massive harm done. It didn't blow up this op amp because it's isolated by C26, and nothing else was really affected, so happy days. As soon as I replaced that, all the issues went away and we were good. So yeah, 10-minute education. That's the problem, Matthew. Had to deal with similar when drilling pre-stressed concrete to run wires between floor. Yeah, pre-stressed, you don't want to drill that shit. That sounds like a good job for someone else. So I got a background in architectural joinery, but often you'd have to liaise with all sorts of builders and contractors and know all about pre-stressed stuff and preforms slabs and whatever. I've got a mate that does, you know, you see the factory units and they're made from concrete and all the walls are concrete. Well, they build those walls on site, and it's not like you'd imagine vertical, where you know, I don't know, you'd have to build some kind of ridiculously strong formwork to make this vertical wall. That's dumb. So they pre-form them, but you'd imagine that there'd be a yard or a factory somewhere where they make these concrete slabs. Well, then you'd be shipping solid concrete slabs all over Sydney, massive, difficult to handle. So that doesn't make sense either. So what they do is they plan it out and they build formwork up, they level the ground, and they put plastic on the ground, and they plan exactly where the walls are going to be, but they plan them and they build them flat. So they lay the first slab, essentially, pour the concrete with all the reinforcement in it, and then they wait for that to set, and then they coat it with, like, they roll on this like a latex coating, right? And then they pour the next slab directly on top of that slab, and they do that like all the times they need to until it's this massive structure of concrete. And then it's got preformed eyelets in the top of it, and they crane these slabs up and they stand them up, and as you fold them all up, it forms the fucking building. How cool is that? Preformed slab. No, I forget what they call it, but there is a buzzword for it. And he's loaded, aren't you, mate? If you're watching, and he still wants fucking discounts. I need to focus. Shush. I'll do what I want. It's my channel. So this amp sounds pretty good for what it is. I'm not the. You can. Oh fuck! There's the lamp. You can hear there's some rounding to the top end on purpose. They were shaping the tone at the time to suit the fashion of, you know, pop punk, that kind of thing. The Green Days and the Blink 182s of the world, when they weren't using amps like this, probably. Well, you know, we've all heard about Green Day and their Dookie mods and all that bullshit, but these things pretty high gain, but very mid-focus still. Yeah, we hadn't sort of ventured into the Genty Boy stuff yet. At some point you need to stop whinging you don't have enough time to fix stuff. No, I'll say whatever the fuck I want, John. If you don't like it, you can fuck off. What you don't realise is I was here till, you know, 8 PM last night, so this is what I do to relax a little bit, do videos for you champions. Because it has to feel like fun if I'm just sitting here constantly working on Saturday and Sunday, because it's Saturday over here. It's not Saturday in America. I don't know if you know how time zones work or not, but it's Saturday morning and it's 6 AM, so I feel like doing a little bit of stuff to make it feel good. Got some hum, of course, because we're right in front of the thing. Forget my Megadeth riffs. Yeah, don't take me serious either, John. That's the string breaking solo. If you feel like your strings have been on there too long, do that solo. If they break, you change them. If not, they're still good. So that's lead 2 with a gain at 12 o'clock, so 5, because they're not wankers that make things go to 11. We all know that a pot is full when it's full. And Fender go to 12. The way I see it, Fender go to 12 because of the imperial metric thing, 12 inches and whatnot. Oh god, hiccups. Am I allergic to Macca's coffee or what? It gets a bit chung chung, a little bit, if you push it, a little bit fuzzy. So yeah, I think they're trying to get a bit too much gain out of too few stages, but let's go to the clean. So that already sounds a little bit scooped, a little bit rolled off on the top end. There's some tone shaping happening there without them telling you, and I kind of don't like that. I know amps sound like amps, like, you know, that's the character of the amp, but when they actually like scoop the mids when you set everything 12 o'clock, not a big fan of that. So you kind of, to make that sound flat, you can sort of got the mid flat out and everything 12 o'clock. Could just be the nature of the tone stack, but it does sound a little compressed, and that's not the mic either. That's the sort of character of the amp, but without reverse engineering the fucking thing. Oh, it's got the deep switch in, maybe that's something to do with it. Ah yeah, so that sounds more like it with the deep switch out. The deep has, instead of just extending the bass like I thought it did, it seems to scoop the mids a little bit. So anyway, I'm going to set the bias on this thing, because it smells like sugar, like caramel, because something spilt on the valve. And when I heated it up, I was worried that it was getting too hot, but then I realised someone spilt some kind of food schmoo on the valve, and I cleaned that off in the last stream. You probably remember there was some stuff on the valve socket, but hadn't made it into the pins, luckily. So, but when you turn it on, it smells like fairy floss when you first get it from the machine. So someone spilt something sugary on it. But, you know, I'll clean that off the valve. So, what are we going to do? We're going to check the bias. So I'll get my million meters. Actually, first, let's clean up what I've done, because I've got a few sort of tempting components there. How do you spill something on a valve under an amp? Well, this is normally the other way around, because it's a Marshall head. And it's got a vent right above the valves, because it's a Marshall head. And people sit drinks on top of it because it's a Marshall head. I don't know every time I see someone sit a drink on an amp, I just get this twitch. I'm just like, would you fucking stop it? Like, put it on the floor. Put it anywhere. Get one of those drink holders for your mic stand if you must. I'll fucking give you one. Just don't put it on the amp. So, like, a lot of musicians bemoan having to spend money on their equipment, but they do everything in their power to make sure that they have to spend money on their equipment. It's like, if you don't want to spend your money here, take care of the fucking thing. Don't blame me because I got to fix your shit. So I replaced some Zenas there. This has got the same stupid Zena regulation that all the old school sort of style amps had. Even I think the current Fenders still have it. Where's my little blue pointer? There it is. So I pushed them away from the caps a little bit. They're higher wattage too, and mounted off the board. And 105 degree rated caps from Nishikon. Now, of course, being an amplifier manufacturer, not a manufacturer of anything critical, they put the caps right against the power resistors. Not a lot we can do about it there, because possibly, I don't know, mount them on the other side of the board, but then you lose your mechanical support of the solder pads. That's just amp manufacturers being amp manufacturers, so just put 105s in there. And hunky-dory for the moment. So I'll just do my idiot check, because I'm on video. Is there any voltage? Just standby on. We've got 1.6 volts, I think I'll be safe. And dropping. So, I'm going to drop this board out, because there's one resistor I want to mount properly. Also want to clean the top of the chassis. Rum and coke on my valve smells great. Yeah, well, that's probably what this is actually. It's got a creamy look to it. I've got to wait till the valves cool down, because they're still pretty hot. A little bit toasty. Oh, I've got to take them out anyway. I'll just grab a rag. Whee! It's coming off. So I went out and did some storm photography. Well, Thursday was a public holiday, Australia Day. It's a bit of a thing at the moment. They chose a day where the Europeans landed, right? So it's a little bit of an incendiary thing to do. So now there's a bit of a backlash. It used to just be a fun day to have a barbie and get on the piss, but now people are starting to think a bit deeper about stuff. So sort of half the people will party in Yahoo and the other half will just do fuck all, or just go to work, or just have a day to organise shit. And I wasn't in the mood for partying, so I just came here, as always, and then the storm started brewing, and I thought, you know what, I'm a bit overworked today, so I called Michelle. I said, you want to get the camera gear together and we'll go see if we can snap a couple of shots of some storms. So righto, I grabbed all the stuff and headed out. There's storms north and south of us, which often happens, and whenever there's going to be big storms, they're always coming from the west. And they form over the Great Dividing Range, which is, I live at the foot of it, and it extends out west some way. So the storms brew because there's a mountain range, and the wind coming from west goes up and gets diverted up by the mountain range. So the storms form, and by the time they get to us, they're often severe or on their way there. So it's a good little spot to be here in Sydney for catching some photos of storms. So we made the decision. We were looking at both cells, north and south. We thought north looks like it's going to kick off a bit quicker, so we're looking on the radar, I mean. So we headed north, and then it looked like it literally started right behind us as we were driving. It was already north of where we were, but we were headed further north up to Richmond, and the storm started forming like literally where we were 5 minutes ago. So we stopped, did a U-turn, went around, found a good spot, and I saw the beginnings of what looked to be a tornado. It didn't form a cone, but it was trying to, and when a cone forms or a waterspout forms in Australia, it's so rare that it makes the news. In the States it happens every 5 minutes, but let's see if I can find a video. I did take a time lapse of it. Always wanted to see a tornado. We don't get them in Australia, so just trying to share the screen. Sorry, bear with me. So check this out. Display capture. Window. No, can't get it to work. Pain in the ass. Anyway, saw a starting of a tornado, and I was pretty impressed. Here in Alabama we call that Tuesday. Yeah, I'm sort of jealous, but sort of not, because I'd love to see tornadoes, but I'd also like to not have the alarms go off at 3 AM and run into a shelter and wonder if our house is going to be there when we come back up. So the previous tech on this amp, I reckon this is a replacement board. Pico's Hank. There's a guy, an Australian, who's becoming a pretty renowned, I know it's a swear word, renowned storm chaser in the States. His name's Daniel Shaw, and he's a freelance videographer for news channels over here. But every storm season he heads over there, and he's got a RAV4, or like a Nissan, or sorry, you Americans don't call them Nissans, you call them Nissans. And he was involved in the Pilger tornado that, was it Pilger? No. The one in 2013 that killed a bunch of storm chasers anyway. And he was on that chase, and he ended up going a different way, and he was alright. It killed 4 or 5 of them, I think. But yeah, I watch his stuff. But his Patreon, fuck me, his Patreon, like, he wants like $70 a month. It's like, that's more than my fucking phone bill, mate. I'm not paying that. Yeah, your work's good and stuff, but you probably only produce like 3 or 4 videos a month. But he broadcasts live stuff. Yeah, but I'm not paying $70 a month to watch it. And the thing that pissed me off is I was like, alright, well, if I pay $70, or like his next tier down, $50, can I at least watch his past ones? And he's like, nah, deletes them after a couple couple of days. I'm like, you fucker. That's like, people whinging at me about deleting stuff after a month. I don't charge you $70 to watch it. So yeah, that's a bit of a showstopper for me. Like, if that was his main job, yeah, maybe, but I suppose it costs a bit of money to store a vehicle in the States for, you know, 10 months of the year. And the Moore, Oklahoma. Was that it? Doesn't ring a bell. He did have a Moore one, but I don't think that was the big one. It was a funny name. It was something something that sounded pretty distinctive. Do they rotate clockwise? I don't know. I'll have a look at my Facebook one. I think it depends on the weather system. I don't think there's a hard rule, is there? So clockwise when you're looking downwards. This one was spinning anti-clockwise when you look downwards. Well, there you go. They can spin both ways. Yeah, well, there's cyclones and anti-cyclones too. And as far as I know, they're everywhere. Although you call them hurricanes, we call them cyclones. Same shit. Alright, so the same problems with all these boards that the previous tech, I reckon it's been replaced, hasn't addressed. Wiggly capacitors with a blob of glue that does to El Reno, that's it. That was the one, Alan. I was thinking it's something specific to the States. It wasn't something that you'd hear in another country. Or yeah. So they got a blob of hot glue there that does fuck all. Yeah, El Reno was the one. He's got video of, he got stuck in it too. Aloha, Victor. He got stuck in it and flipped the truck into the back of his car. And the truck driver was exposed because it was ridiculous. There's sparks coming off the rocks hitting the fucking windscreen. I don't think it smashed his windows, but he backed up to the cab of the truck to protect the truck driver whose truck had just rolled. Yeah, fucking hectic video, eh? I'll give you a link, hang on. Watch this afterwards because it's man, makes your heart race. Where's his channel? Storm Chaser Daniel Shaw. Videos. Texas Outbreak. Jericho. Water Spout. Oh, he's put up some more recent videos. Has he removed them? Yeah, here it is. 1.2 million views. I'm not going to broadcast it on here because I'll get a copyright strike. Paste. Go. Watch that one later on. So I'm going to just move these caps down a touch. He hasn't done anything with the bridge. The bridge is still hard against the board. No airflow. Blah blah. Same shit. different day. So I'll address that lot and just move those caps down a little bit. Someone's done some repair to the, I think it was the pot board down here. That's me. So a bit of fresh solder. Get the BOFA onto it. Come on, BOFA, do your fucking job. You had one job. Reed Timmer, yeah, he's another big one. Bozo, what is he, a bit of a dickhead? Timmer's hurricane video was silly. Why did he put himself in danger there? Alan. Daniel's very careful, like extremely careful. Plans his route, his exit route, looks at the maps, won't go down the dirt road because he might skid. Keeps an eye out for power lines, that kind of thing. But he's also he's trained to be like a first responder. So he's more concerned with going into the towns where the tornadoes just pass through and helping people and search and rescue if he has to, rather than chasing the actual storm. So that's Daniel's MO. But yeah, I'd imagine it's looking at the ego of some of the amp techs in the world. Jesus Christ, imagine what the egos of the tornado chasers are. If you can have such a big ego sitting in your garage working on amps, imagine when you're out there chasing storms. So what? His car was gone. His car got wiped out, and he was walking around. So he's careful but amazing tornado and lightning sprites. Oh wow, that's rare. I always had this fascination as a kid with ball lightning. I don't know where it came from. I think I read like a Reader's Digest or some shit where there was an article on it, and I was like, wow, ball lightning, because it just seems so ethereal and like something out of a science fiction movie, but there's evidence of it and no one really knows what it is. And I think I've witnessed it when I was about 6 or 7 years old. Didn't know how to describe it, but years later realised that it's a natural, rare phenomenon. I've got a photo somewhere of a strange behaviour of a cloud where it was just constant lightning, like non-stop, just like constant tendrils coming out of one cloud. And back then it would have been probably early 90s, so I was just a kid and I had a little disposable film camera, and I snapped a photo of it. And even with the disposable film camera with, you know, the constant aperture and focal length, still managed to get a photo of it. That's how intense it was. I got it floating around somewhere. Still don't know what the fuck that was. I've never really seen videos accurately representing what that was either. That was really weird. It's down the south coast, New South Wales, Maria Heads it was. When Jim Cantor shows up in your town, get the hell out. Okay, so is the Cowboy, which tends to spin in the northern air clockwise and southern air anti-clockwise. Tornado seems to be attracted to mobile home parks. Yeah, seems that way. Or maybe they're just in the low socioeconomic places, which is otherwise just farmland. Finally made it for the live show. Good on you, Harold. Good to have you, mate. Thanks for all the knowledge. Well, I don't know about knowledge. Most of it's just shit talking. So I'm going to get a new bridge rectifier. I don't think I've got that exact size. BR62. I should order some of them. I'll put them on my order list. Oh man, I've got like a fucking $700 DigiKey order ready to go. Ordering shit just kills me. BR62 or a quiv. What's the dB level on the BOFA anyway? It probably sounds louder than it is, Gooden, because I think I do have some compression on this stream. Let me have a look at the mic. Fuck, how do I do that? Manual. Menu. Record setup. Mic level auto. Yeah, so it's coming up. So now I'm going to be a lot quieter. That's more representative of the dynamic range of the shop, but it doesn't make it very easy to watch on a mobile device. So that's with the BOFA on now. Hey, yep. But let's bring that up a touch. I'll turn the auto off because from memory that was a bit stupid. But I'll go minus 6 dB. How's that? Let's go minus 9 dB. How's that? Oh, still clipping when I clack. Minus 12 dB. Yeah. Looks good to me. Chain lightning. Feels so good. Yeah, my exposure was not great. I need practice. We were on a cliff near my house. And I think it was the one I did that live bushwalk from once. But it looks dead west and it's great. Because there's like a 180 degree vision. This is when I was doing the storm photography. But as the light fades, and it was like 9 PM when we left there. And there was drunk teenagers everywhere because it was a public holiday. But I had the camera set to time lapse, so every 5 seconds or whatever length the exposure was, every second between that it would take a photo. And Jesus, the amount of time where the shutter's open for 8 seconds, closes for 1 second, open for 8 seconds, right? You would not believe the amount of times spectacular lightning happened in that 1 second between them. Laws of maximum inconvenience. I was just like, I can't believe this. Every time the camera stops, lightning strikes. So it can be very frustrating. You've got to remind yourself sometimes that it's fun. Like a lot of things in life. But when you get that shot, it's spectacular and you're so proud of it. And you put it on Facebook, you get 3 likes, and then no one gives a fuck. Alright, so I've got a BR10, which is a slightly higher spec one, higher current rating than the BR62. That's 10 amp. Well, it's 10 amp if you bolt it to a chassis. Oh, we're still on the menu, hang on, sorry. Yeah, 10 amp if you bolted it to a heatsink, which seems to be, no one really realizes that. A bridge rectifier only gives you the spec if you put it on a correctly rated heatsink. So like, if you've got a 10 amp with no heatsink, expect like, I don't know, 3 or 4 amps from it. That's better than a 2 amp with no heatsink. Alright, so we mounted that up in the air. There's 3 plated holes, which is nice. Beauty. Yeah, so as the light dies, when you're trying to take, you know, spectacular landscape lighting photographies, you've got to keep adjusting the aperture as well as the time. And I was only really adjusting the time, so as it got darker, you don't know what the exposure is, because when you're running such long exposures, you pretty much have to take a photo for that time, look at it, see what it looks like, adjust, reassess, and the viewfinder doesn't really tell you anything accurate about what's going to actually happen when you press that trigger. So you sort of have to take a shot, see what it looks like, readjust, and that's what I need some practice on. I used to be pretty good at that, but I've sort of lost my instincts, so I need to get out there more. I need to stop working late when storms come, piss off and chillax, take some friggin' anti-mozzie spray this time. The mosquitoes were so bad. I had some gum tree branches just whacking my legs and head constantly because the mosquitoes were so bad. Cool, Seth. What Canon are you running? Righty, clean off some flux. Jesus, almost time for another coffee. One barely touched the sides, as they say. EOS T6 or T7. You don't know your own model of camera. Wow. Something or other. Well, that's good. That means you're a true photographer. You just use whatever. When you obsess over the models, it's like the music gear nerds. You can't really play, whereas really good players don't give a shit what they're playing through. I keep seeing this argument, tone is in the fingers. So sick of hearing that, eh? Like, it's so small, narrow-minded and ignorant. Tone is in the fingers. And they talk about, oh, Jeff Beck or Stevie Ray Vaughan could have played through anything, and they sound like Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's like, yeah, but tell Stevie Ray Vaughan to sound like Zakk Wylde. With a fucking twin amp. Or whatever he was playing. It's just, it's so ignorant. It's just, it's pretending that there's only like one genre of music in the world. Tone is in the fingers. Sure. Do you have an overdrive pedal in your fingers? Are they that small these days? Servo motor and a sensor for electrical fields. What? Since the lightning flows from ground up, sort of, sends a leader up, the actual strike occurs the other way around, as far as I know. Perhaps the camera should focus on the ground instead of the clouds. Well, when you're at that distance, you're set to infinity anyway, and your aperture's at a point where everything's in focus. Your depth of field, when you're photographing landscape, would be like several kilometres. Well, it'd be from a kilometre in front of you to infinity or whatever. It's not the electric field you're sensing, because, yeah, sure, you'd be able to point it in the rough area where a strike might happen, but you never know. And there's companies that make RF lightning sensors that go onto the hot shoe of your camera. They look a little bit like that microphone, actually. And they sense like the start of the, because often you'll see the runners go through the cloud or whatever, and then a thingy, they sort of meet in the middle. I forget what they call it. A leader comes up from the ground and sort of meets halfway. We're talking microseconds here, but it senses when that starts occurring, because the RF's instant, and opens the shutter, and you've got a higher chance of catching it. But I like having, to me, the holy grail is afternoon, and you've got moody, like really active looking clouds, and then you got a strike in the middle, but it still looks like daytime. I'm trying to think of the guy who does the amazing storm photography at Trig Beach in WA. Trig Beach storm photography. Michael Willis, is that it? He had a photo I remember called 10 million volts or something. I remember seeing that and it inspired me as a kid to, as a teenager, to take some photos. No, I don't think that's his name. Graham? I first saw his photos in the 90s though, so I don't know if he's still active. Oh, yeah, there, found it. Genesis Fine Art. I remember it now. Genesis Fine Art Photography. He's still on 30 years later. Genesis Fine Art. There it is. Fuck. Oh, sweet. Alright, I'll show you these ones. Nick Dugurgrovic. Gallery. Yeah. So he's got overlays and stuff, but yeah, I'll show you this. So yeah, he's got these long exposures that I think these were on film. How good's that? Yeah, that kind of thing's long exposure. It's actually I thought he had some in the Arvo that showed like a city and that with lightning behind it, but I might be thinking of another person. Anyway, back on track. Now, do what 90% of the work is around here, scrubbing. Just get rid of this crusty spillage stuff, whatever it is. Can't believe the shit these days and never been more into amps. Oh, you know, maybe you become the local tech, the go-to man. There's lots of techs I really look up to that have been a little bit like mentors to me that can't play a note to save their life. It's not what it's about. And I'm talking big name techs too. Guys working on like amps for the Pixies and stuff like that. They are the big boys, and they can't play guitar to save their life. It doesn't matter. So it's going to be another pretty active atmospheric day today. 38 degrees something Celsius. and a 1,000,000% humidity. I was riding a push bike to work this morning, and there was quite a bit of fog. Still a pretty dense fog, like to make the t-shirt slightly damp kind of deal. And usually when that happens, it's going to be a pretty intense storm day. The only problem with that is often it's already cloudy, so the storms don't look that spectacular when they approach. Just the sky slowly gets darker, and then eventually you get a storm. But let's not count our chickens before they hatch. We might get some more action today. So I'll have the camera on me. I was using the 9mm micro 4/3, so that's 35mm equivalent of 18mm. And I thought that's going to give me the best chance of catching strikes, but there's a couple of storms in the distance, and I ended up using the Panasonic-Leica 12-60, and the 12 was fine. Otherwise, you got this tiny little lightning strike off in the horizon, and you're like, oh look, I caught some lightning, and everyone's like, oh, is that lightning? Oh, I thought it was a pube on the screen. So maybe having an ultra wide lens isn't the best way to go, so I think I'll stick with the 12-60 for the moment, even though it's aperture 28, but often you're shutting it down quite a bit. So I'll keep the 9mm for walking videos, tour videos, that kind of thing. It's a good lens, but probably not really what I want for storm chase or storm photography. Alright, I can fix that one off from the bottom now. Sparks conversation. I see what you did there. C and you have fog in the morning. Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very humid. I've got the air conditioner on in here already, and it's 7:12 AM. Because I just walked into the wall of humidity. Oh, it gets pretty warm in the shop because the sun, as it's rising, comes in the front. It's cloudy as shit at the moment, but I don't know, it was just still warm from yesterday in the shop. I remember back when I worked for my brother's kitchen shop, I'm talking 2004, we had a Christmas party, and we were at the local golf course up the mountains, and being silly boys, we got stuck into the beers while we were playing golf, and this fog rolls in this massive storm, really lightning active, and we're all seeking cover, and there's my brother, drunk out of his mind, running around with golf clubs up in the air going, "Hit me, you bastard!" God, oh, shit. And that lightning was close. Didn't hit him. I'm not sure he would have noticed in that state. Still a photo somewhere of him running around waving his golf clubs in the air in the middle of a thunderstorm. Alright, we're good to go on this one. I can take the bias measurements, check for output with the scope, check ripple, check the voltages, note that down, and then put it aside, put back in its cab, and ready for pickup on Monday. Let's get the valves back in. That was the order I took them out. Yeah. Board feels a bit flexy. Did I do up that screw? No, I didn't. All of them. Yeah, so I got a copyright strike on the last video. Not a strike, sorry. Oh, that transformer's loose, that's right. Copyright, I forget what they call it. Notice, I don't know. Point being, portion of your revenue from that era, from that period in the video goes to the creator, and I had Megadeth playing in the background. So Megadeth got my revenue from that period. I hope they enjoy their 3 cents. It's 1,000 Times Goodbye. That's the song. I think I played that for my one of my high school music exams. I did the solo and stuff because I was a little rock boy. Alright, need a socket. Yeah, I've seen a few YouTubers can't seem to get their head around copyright. They think they're being silenced by some secret fucking police force or some shit, when it's just that you use copyright material in your video. Like, that's the reason it's being demonetized. Stop doing that and it won't be demonetized. They think it's woke police or some shit. Oh, mate, you need to learn how copyright works. Better. I remember when these amps came out, me and my buddies would go to Venue Music in Sydney on Druitt Street. They had an amp room there, and we'd pretend we were going to buy shit, but we just wanted to play all the amps. Poor shop assistants. I remember playing this one going, wow. It's the new one. It must be really good because it's a new one. And I played the JCM 900 SLX. I wasn't very impressed, but I wanted Scoopy McScoopface back then, so it was the 90s, mid to late 90s. how copyright works for cover songs. I see some band release covers with no issues and others get pulled. I think it depends on the local law. Here you can cover whatever the fuck you want, I think. In the States though, I seem to remember, was it Metallica, when they did Garage Days or whatever, they had to pay all the royalties to the bands. I think his songwriting royalties and his mechanical royalties and recording royalties. I've got all of this in a book. I did learn it in TAFE when I was studying music business, but I've forgotten it all because I didn't get into music business. If you don't use something, you forget it. Let's see if we can clean the shmoo off this sugar smelling board, sugar smelling tube. Specifically for YouTube, Spotify. I think they probably detect the songwriting, or the song structure, and probably give you a copyright flag because it's brainless piece of shit. That's why I work in complete silence when I'm doing a video now, because it picks up this barely audible shit in the background and then says, oh, you're trying to distribute music illegally. Like, who's going to tune in to listen to that song when you can just hear maybe like 3 seconds of it in the background over my shit talking? It's not really the most efficient distribution medium, is it? But, you know. Morning, Dad. Just scraping sugary shmoo off a L34. How's your morning? You cooking eggs again? I don't know what this stuff is. It smells kind of nice though. Need permission from the original composer. Yeah, until it's public domain anyway. And that's the life of the artist plus 70 years or something. It depends on the deal. It depends on the deal it was struck. Pardon me. Yeah, the most intense squalls and hail I've seen. We got half-inch hail the other day. That storm I was talking about. Calgary and Edmonton, Alberta province. Oh, so you're Canadian. Every afternoon in August you get hit with a squall and monsoon rain. It's a little bit like in Darwin. It's monsoonal. And there's a storm up there that they call Hector the Convector. Hector the Convector, like after hectopascals. And every afternoon there's a storm. In 1 or 2 years it just disappeared and everyone was worried. It was like, what the hell's going on? And yeah, it came back a few years later. It was all good. That's weather for you. And valves live to fight another day. Ask Jordan if he ever got any strikes. I don't think he... I think we talked about that and he didn't. Because these versions are so different. I think it's when you try and sound just like the original that you get picked up quite a bit. I'm pretty sure we talked about that, and he said he hasn't got any yet, because he does such different arrangements. It's a little bit like that guy, I don't know if you've heard of him, called Richard Cheese, Dick Cheese. He makes jazz versions of really inappropriate songs. Yeah, you could message him yourself. He's on YouTube. He's on the Uis. Damn it, I'm out of milk again. Do you want to come for a walk up the shop and get another coffee? I wonder if I can do that with the phone. Is it charged yet? Yeah, 26%. See the same guy that made me a coffee half an hour ago. I need another one. Alright, bias time. Now, I'm not going to use the connectors on the back of this thing. I'm just going to check the drop across the output transformer. White, purple. Let's just connect it right down here, eh? Why not? So white and purple are your two plate connections, and then blue is your center tap. Just confusing because it's off to one side on the transformer itself. So white will make that left hand meter. That's this two valves. Purple, we'll put on this one. Nice and easy, just connect up this end. All your connections in one little bunch. Check our resistance. 16.7, it'll blip when this one goes to detect it. Yeah, see. 16.5, 17.1. That's 16.6, 17.1. So I'll write that down. What's the date today? 28th of the 1st. 23. Got to get used to writing that still. Right, at blah volts, we've got 16.6. I'm not really good at writing the ohm symbol. Don't know what that's about. It always looks a bit weird. 16.6, 17.1. So let's assume, I don't know, 495 volts and work backwards. So 25 watts per valve. 25. Run it, say 50%, so 12.5 per valve. Watts, divide that by the plate, say 495-ish, just rough guess. So about 25 milliamps per valve we're aiming for, just as a starting point, and we'll check what the actual measurements are and go from there. So 25 milliamps, multiply that by 16.6, so 0.42 volts we're aiming for, about that, and we'll see where we are. Go to the speaker again just to hear any weirdness if it should occur. So about half a volt on each side we'll start from and go from there. Volume's down, gain down, everything else 12 o'clock. Reverb down, because we're checking the quiescent operating condition, so we don't want any signal even if it is noise. Just turn the soldering iron off so I don't burn the tips. So looking at 130 watts. What we got here then? Ow, BOFA, get out of the way. 473, so I overestimated a bit there, so we go a bit higher than that. 473, and what have we got? 0.8, 0.9, so yeah, a little bit high. Let's adjust that. This is a real pain in the ass, this thing. Let's turn it around. Because accessing the friggin' trim pots is a real pain in the ass. Of course, everything's attached to everything, so. Oh, you're New England. Oh, you worked in Calgary for nearly a year in '92. Edmonton Folk Festival. I've heard about that. Yeah. Word of that festival has made it over here. I think Ani DeFranco played one, and I saw the write-up on it or something. I love Ani DeFranco. Annie, I don't know how you say it. Purple on the left, or purple on the right, sorry. So yeah, do you guys want to come for a walk with me to McDonald's and get another coffee? I think I can stop the stream on here and continue it from the phone, and then stop it on the phone and start it here again. I think that works. If I just close the software, I think it just leaves it open but with no video input. Otherwise I'll just delete the stream. That screwdriver's too big too. Yeah, this little choocher. Now these have a bit of a weird circuit, which we talked about last time, where the two sides interact with each other, but you know, you win some, you lose some. .3, 16.5. Snowing. Look at that. I saw the weather report when I was getting a coffee actually. It showed United States weather. And I don't know why. It was one of those cable channels that just shows random shit. I think it shows CNN or something when it's the local news isn't playing. And yeah, I saw a lot of snow in the Yellowstone, is it? They're expecting something like 12 foot of snow. It's like, whoa, no thank you. I hate the cold, man. What was the voltage again? 475. Still waiting for it to come up. Turn the standby off a bit prematurely. Yeah, 475. So now we know it's 475. For 12.5 watts. 475. 26 milliamps per valve. 0.45. So yeah, about half a volt still. Not far off. What are we at? Oh shit, still on still in resistance mode. So we're running about double what I'd like. So what are we running at the moment? 0.9. 52 milliamp. Oh, that's, yeah, sorry, multiplied by 2 valves. So no, that's about right. Divided by 2, 26 milliamp. So we're about there. 12.35 watt divided by 25, that's 49%. 0.98. .56% on the right, and what was it? 0.97. 0.97. .2% on the other. So we're bang on. Good shit. Yeah, morning, Dad. Morning. I said morning before. Or is that Mum saying morning now? So, we are biased. What's the ripple? Come on, champ. 2 volts ripple. Dally rimple. Turn on the scope so you have to listen to it whistling. Mains draw 137 watts. Standby. $64 watts. Power output. 8 ohm load. $1 kHz sine wave input. On the clean channel. Yep. Take it out of standby. What am I doing? Function generator's on. I'm on the right channel. Channel 1. Well, we're not getting anything. Don't tell me my scope probe's bugging. Why for you no register? Name. What the hell? What's going on? Plugged into a load. We're reading 0 volts. And we've got no signal on the scope. What the hell am I doing? This is a bit where I look like a friggin' idiot. Yay. We're back. Must have just been the scope probe starting to go. Man, I go through a fair few of these, eh? Here we go. Righto, back on track. No, it's a scope probe. I'm Matthew. Oh, we're hitting the wall at 29 volts RMS, or 30 volts RMS, 29.9, we're going up to 30. 30 squared divided by 8, 112 watts, which is about what I'd expect for one of these. Alright, so we'll let's just put that in standby. We'll have another quick listen. I'll spin it around, take the meters off. 112 watts, still smells a bit sugary. Wonder how long that'll hang around for. It's kind of pleasant. Like I say, it's like fairy floss or something. Smells like one of the air fresheners I've got in the toilet over there. That must be a JVM combo. No, it is not. So it mustn't be. Brad, have you ever recapped the Laney GH50L head? Dunno. If I did, it was a while back. Why is that? Are you looking at doing it yourself? Ron Cavana, I've heard that name too. It's interesting, the bands that make it overseas and that don't make it overseas. Like, let me give you just a bit of a quiz. If you're Australian, because of course you know. Have you ever heard of the Angels, Americans? Not Hell's Angels, but the band the Angels from Australia. They were touted to be the next AC/DC, or back when, well, they were coexisting with AC/DC in the time period. They were touted to be as big as AC/DC, but you know, various personal issues in the band, they all were too shit at life to do that. AC/DC are actually a pretty well behaved band. They seem wild on stage, but they're business people, essentially. They're not rock and rollers, I hate to tell you. They're very business-like people. Whereas the Angels were rock and rollers, or, you know, drug addicts and fucking maniacs and hard to control. And that's why they didn't make it over the States. But they're around back when Rose Tattoo was out. Yeah. So where are you from, Ricky? Ricky Bobby? I've been watching since the lockdowns and stuff. I got into the Trailer Park Boys. Every time I see someone named Ricky, I just think of Bubble saying, "Damn it, Ricky!" Alright, so you've heard of Rose Tattoo as well. This Rose Tattoo was curious. They never made it even as big as the Angels, but they seem to have better publicity people, because they're, I think, because they're in with the bikies. They're always playing the bikie events and stuff, things like that. So yeah, we'll give it a quick play. Just check that everything's sounding like it should still. So one of those riffs I keep playing on here is an Angels riff. Take me away to Marseille. Favorite Aussie band was the Hard-Ons. Yeah, I saw Peter Black from the Hard-Ons. He supported Jay Mascis when they played the Factory Theatre, and it was not what I expected. He was like this real overly, like almost comically emotional just whiny acoustic. Man, I almost had to walk out. A lot hard-ons, but hearing his solo acoustic stuff, it was like, I don't know. It was bordering on unlistenable for me anyway. But I'm a cockhead, so what do I know? And some US bands cover some of the Angels songs. Yeah, right. Huh. Cool. How'd they go? Any good? So yeah, I don't know if you're aware of like the Young Brothers and stuff, and the Masters Apprentices, all of the genesis of AC/DC. You all know AC/DC. It's like the Leonard Skinner of Australia. Have you heard of Crowded House? Is that already clipping? Bloody hell. I want to gain control just on the fucking mic. Like, going this menu bullshit has got to stop. Another fuckwit on a motorbike. Yeah, I can't be doing this all the time. I'm going to have to put an inline pot or something with this. Because it's very annoying. You can't hold the button, can you? Yeah. Is that clipping? Does the camera have an input for a mic? Yes, that's what you're hearing. You're hearing a mic plugged into the camera. You're hearing a mic plugged into that camera. This is why I use an external audio mixer. Mate, fucking, come on. You barely make a video a month, so fuck off. Go and make a video now. The capsule itself, no, I don't, was it clipping though? Anyway, you've got a Mo2 M2 now, so shut up. now I'm deaf. How'd that sound? That was loud. The angels, there were angels in the way. John oh. Right. Dave Hole. You said Hole. So let's do some, yeah, now play master. That's what I just did. Now let's listen to the output stage distortion. My poor little 75 watt speaker might not like it though, but let's just do it for a fraction of a second. Yeah, I don't think the speaker likes that. Jet, yeah, we couldn't get away from Jet for a good 10 years there. They were fucking everywhere and they're getting really annoying. And then Wolfmother came out and they were even more annoying because they were just... It's like when AI writes a song. They were taking all the bits that were obvious from the artists that they liked, but lost all the subtlety. There's so much lost in translation. It was just... It's like they just chucked in the basics, mixed them together, and the marketing machine took over. But anyway. Yeah, good enough. Let's get rid of this thing. So, essentially, summary of the story. Came in for one thing, and there was like 4 things. Two of which were massively impacting its sound, and the other 2, which we addressed for future reliability. Oh fuck, there goes the mic. Need a longer cable. So there's my mic on a little stand that I just put on the shelf under there. Little quick lock stand. And it always falls off and I kick it and it hits the ground, and I swear. That speaker cabinet's moved though. It moves by itself when you're playing. Alright, one down. There's the cabinet. You can see whatever crap was spilt on there and down in that hole. And you can see it dripped there. And yeah, give that a quick clean, but he didn't opt for the day spa treatment, so we won't do that. I used to really thoroughly wash every amp cabinet, but in combos, sometimes the state they come in, sometimes there's like an hour in that, removing the grill and cleaning and undoing the speaker and all that. So I had to charge extra for that, so now it's an option. I call it tongue-in-cheek, the Amp Day Spa. So yeah, now it's another hour's labour on top of the huge. Alright, so this one's in a bit of a state as well. This was from last week as well. We got approval on this. Just trying to get a bunch of the amps out of the way so I can get back onto guitars. Whatever's approved, I'm just going to push through today. Now, I'm going to have to do something on this one that I don't like doing. I'm going to have to use a radial as an axial. So I've got these ones. These used to be about $3 each. Right, Vishay 2200 mic, 63 volt. And now they've gone up to about $18 each. Like, shit hasn't doubled, tripled. Some of it's gone up by like 8 times. But yeah, that's the times we live in. Well, they're 13 or 14 bucks shipped each, and that's in a quantity of 10. They're more than that if you buy one off. So I was going to order some more. Well, I've got some more on order, but they won't be here for like a month because that's shipping in Australia from DigiKey. And in the meantime, I'm going to use some Nichicons, which are better rated anyway, longer life. And we're going to have to just silicon that to the board, connect one of the terminals directly to the board, and we're going to have to run the other one. I'm probably going to run it over and put 2 little rings of heat shrink tubing on it, so the wire comes back down this side. We have to extend it, but yeah, it's not a fantastic thing. I can't use an adapter board there because you can't stand the cap up, so that's not an option either. Oh, you know what? Rowan Diskin sent me something I might be able to use in this situation. This might give me a good opportunity to give Rowan a bit of a plug. He doesn't like a good plug from Brad's Guitar Garage. It's the only reason Shell comes here. So yeah, fabricated adapter boards, you are right there. So, Keld Ampworks. Rowan Diskin, electronic engineer, and he actually is. I'm not, I'm a hack, I'm a fuckwit. Ampworks.co.uk, guitar amplifier and music equipment repair. And his name's Rowan. It's got his number on there, but it's all public, whatever. I hope you find these useful. Cheers for the FBJ boards. Yeah, so I sent him some of the Fender Blues Junior boards. And here's little chooches. So what I can do here, he's got one terminal goes to negative there. So we can mount that there. Still a little bit clunky because the cap's so big. So it's essentially doing what I'd be doing anyway, and in this case it's sort of meant for smaller caps. It's meant for like 22 mic high voltage caps. So yeah, it's probably not going to help me much in this situation because you'd mount it and then the excess wire would be trying to spike through the insulation there because it's sitting on it. A bit of vibration. Yeah, we might be able to make that work. I'll put it aside. He's also got these Fender Blues Junior adjustable bias mod boards, and they're handy because you can use surface mount or through hole components as a resistive divider, and mount a little trim pot on it. It's good shit. I'll have a think about that. ideally I'd like to just use these, but they're on back order, so. And that's going to be the case for axial boards in the future. Axial caps in the future. Yeah, so essentially what we need is some of Rowan's thingies, but just bigger. And we'll be home free if we did that. Design something for future use for these scenarios. How about you fucking design something, Six? Okay. I keep fucking designing shit for you to use. You design some shit for me to use. Hope the move's going well, mate. Did you get a chance to photo any of those storms the other day? Photograph any storms? Dr. Gear here's got real cameras. I've just got toys. Lead time 36 weeks. Yeah, something like that. That's the name of the game at the moment, champions. If it's not in stock, you almost, basically, almost can't get it. It's fucked. I did, but you're not in the market to do any crazy amp mods. What boards did you do? Love the day spa thing, seriously. Sometimes I get amps that are biological health hazards, yeah. I'm not doing that shit for free anymore, because I did it for a while I was still making a name for myself, but now I'm too busy to clean cat puke off someone's fucking amp. Like, it's just gross. Like, I would never even think about handing an amp over in the condition it is that some people hand them to me. They've just got no shame. Some of them, it's just... So, when you hand it to me, I look at them and they're like, yeah, I know. And then I go, well, you know what? It's going to be another 100, depending on how bad it is, 100, 150 plus tax. Because it takes another hour, so... Minimum purchase 300. Are you looking this up, Seth? That's not the one. Yeah, that can't be the same one I was looking at, because that wasn't the lead time on that one. The other ones are in the cart. I've just got to buy them, and they're going to be, you know, 3-4 weeks away from then. But I'm waiting for approval on the other jobs before I order parts for them. Design a PCB for making the 50 watt 5153 inch with true 3-channel amp. Fuck, I've had people ask me about that. Have you still got them? Alright, idiot check because I'm on video. Any voltage? Is there any voltage? No, 0 volts. 0.03. Take off the tiny little PV nuts. Still got half a dozen hardest parties sourcing the pots are like $50 each, yeah. I'm surprised you can even get them. Dual concentric pots. It's not so much the cost these days, it's can you even get the bloody things without having to buy 10,000 of them. So this one's got a blown HT fuse. If you remember from last time. Honestly, if the amp isn't truly a classic, doesn't a classic 30 count, and I needed to use a radial cap in place of an axial, I'd drill a small hole and then traces in the board. Yeah, this board's really dense in that area though. I was thinking about that, but because all these little leads disappear over to the other board, it's not really an option either. that's what I would have done good, but no such luck. I've got an aftermarket board for the Classic 30, but not the Delta Blues. So should we go and get a coffee? Let's do a poll. It'll be Polish. Do I go for a walk to get coffee, and do I take you guys with me? With all 3 pixels. Oh, actually, let's take a photo of this before I disconnect it, because this got me last time. I had to actually try it both ways around. ISO back up to workshop levels, not storm levels. Votes. Whoa, that was pretty quick. Close poll. Alright, what are the poll results? End poll. 7% said no. Is that one person? Yeah. So one person doesn't want me to get coffee. They just want me to ramble. I'm going to take you with me. I'm not leaving you behind. You sure about all 3 pixels? Yeah, probably not. Might get 2 at some points. So I'm thinking, do we go to McDonald's? One person doesn't like coffee. Yeah, maybe it makes them poo too much. Let's look, see if Zuiko is open. Zuiko, opening hours. 7 AM. Ooh, Zuiko's open. That's a longer walk. So let's go. How long is it from Brad's Guitar Garage to Zuiko? It is 650 meters one way. 2 minute. 2 minute. That's not walking, that's driving. 7 minute, 600 meters away. So 1.2 kilometers round trip. But we're heading back with coffee, so it's like walking downhill. What I'll do before I go is soak this board. Shut up, bin. The lid from the bin shuts by itself. Scares you when you're not ready for it. It keeps you on your toes, you know. I'll put some isopropyl on this board to try and get under that glue before we go, and it can soak while we're away. There's the inexplicable screw. Nah, it's good coffee. It's a cocoa. They have part of the reason I wanted to take the video there is because they have a cocoa bean grinding machine. I think it's called a Malanga or something. What is it? Malanga cocoa. What's the grinding machine name? No, what it is. Cocoa grinding. So if you rock up with like a wicked professional camera and a stabilizer and everything, everyone looks at you weird. But if you're just talking into your phone with a set of headphones on, everyone just goes meh. Cocoa bean. So it's from the 1800s or something, and it's got big granite wheels on it. The thing's off its head, and they've got a big window so you can watch it operating. I haven't seen it operating before, but yeah. Take this board out. It's operation in origami more than anything else. Take out the jack socket, jack board. It's jammed on the other board. That's nice, isn't it? Alrighty, I think we're good. I'll set this thing aside and just work on the circuit board in isolation. You guys should try some Death Wish coffee. Yeah, it's one of those brands. I'm instantly turned off by all the phony extreme bullshit with different brands. Like, you get it a lot with whiskies and stuff, but like, there was a brand of whiskey and it was like high voltage and like had skulls on the front and shit. I'm like, I'm not a 14-year-old boy. It doesn't impress me anymore. So like Death Wish coffee. No, I just want good coffee. I don't want like nitro coffee or some bullshit aimed at idiot tradespeople. I just want coffee. I don't want you to market it as some badass thing like a bad boy sticker on the back of your car from 1994. Just want coffee. Alright, let's do the unthinkable. Fold this thing out flat-ish. We can work on it in an L shape like that. There's your interconnect for the LDR for the tremolo. And you've got the crustiest solder connections known to man on the heat generating components. The pot ones don't look great either. I just want milk that tastes like milk. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. No wonder she was having issues. As is standard on these things. Come on. Come on, Penny boy. Come on, Penny boy. So yeah, you can see if we zoom right in. I wonder if we can zoom in here. Let's go zoom. Transform. Stretch. No. Preview scaling. No. I don't know. You can see all the solder pins are cracked. They've all got little semicircles around and probably completely lost contact. Even the ones where they're folded over. There's not a lot of movement. That's part of the reason I made the boards that I make for these things, but this one I don't have boards for because it's the Delta Blues, not the Classic 30. So we'll have to make do. I think we just need more solder on them. It's so little solder on these things. Single plated board. I'll fold all the leads over, but they're not pushed all the way in when they solder them either. So there's that. and they also generate a lot of heat because these things run with too much dissipation in their stock form. So right now, before we go get coffee, I'll put some oucher hole on it, then nature calls, and then we'll head off. I'll see if I can do it without dropping the stream out. Highly unlikely. So I'm just letting this leach under the glue, and hopefully the glue will let go a bit easier, which it did last time, but it took time. There we go. Back in one moment. Alright, so hang 10 until I figure out things. Hang 10? Is that what I'm trying to say? No. YouTube Studio. Alright, just one moment. No, doesn't seem to work. I swear I've done that before. I was trying to use my app and find the scheduled things. The scheduled yeah, I don't know. I've done it before, but now the little box that you used to click is grayed out with no explanation. So yeah, I don't know what the go is there. I've done it before, but now it won't do it. So the option that was there before isn't there anymore. That's YouTube for you. They change shit and they don't tell anyone. So I tried OBS, no, Streamlabs, and it was dog shit. It was like you couldn't even change the orientation. It was functionally not usable. So I deleted that. And it's funny, YouTube Studio on the mobile app doesn't allow you to create content. You'd think it would because it's Studio. And you can't schedule streams on a phone. And I'm looking on it. It doesn't even show my current stream because it's an idiot. Now, that doesn't work. So no coffee. No milk, no coffee, no tea. Yay. Just work. So back to work. Let's see if that glue has started to let go yet. Oh yep, she's letting go good. Awesome. So, snippety doodah time. We've got 47 mics. Let's get our caps together. I'll pull up the John Lucas. I'll pull up the John. you see something, you start saying it. $5, thanks mate. I'll pay for the coffee that I can't get without shutting the stream down. Wonder if I can do simultaneous streams. So if I go live again on my phone, what happens then? Is it possible to simultaneously do 2 streams on one channel? Go live. This will be funny. Going to get coffee. Going to get coffee. Unlisted. Public. Location. Brad's Guitar Garage. Zococo. Old Bathurst Road, Emu Plains. Next. Smile for a thumbnail. Set for January 8:30. That's now. I think it's working. I'm live. How does that work? Alright, so somehow I've got 2 live streams happening at once. So go to my main channel and see if it appears. It's showing no one's watching, so your channel and prepare. Going to get coffee. Yeah, there's 2 live streams. I think it's working. Still showing no one's watching. Yeah, it's working. Alright, we'll go to that one. I'll give you the link, hang on. And we'll just put this one on pause. Paste. Go, there's the link. It's working. Must sound pretty weird to you guys. I'll put this one on pause. So I'll just mute it and put the back in a tick thing up. Well, I've not done that before. I really didn't think that would work. Done, done. Close. Close all. And we are back. Not sure if you're getting audio straight from the phone or from these little things then. The Audio Technica Bluetoothy things. Alrighty, now we've got coffee. No excuse. What kind of coffee maker did you have that broke on you? I didn't have a coffee maker that broke on me. I've got the Expa bar, but it's at home. Alright, so is the view count going to come back up again or what? Or what? So let's go snippety-doo-dah, right? So a recap on this. He wants this thing to be reliable. So I gave him the Works burger and he said yes. So here we are. You never know what you're going to get on a BGG stream, eh? See, look at that. With the alcohol under it, it just comes off. That's awesome. Someone told me that. I didn't think it would work because I thought I tried it in the past, but maybe I didn't. Just lift the thing off and there's still a bit of alcohol has leached underneath the cap. And the whole bloody bit of glue just comes off the board. Still puts up a bit of a fight, but it leaves no residue. And happy days for all involved. I'm going to replace these diodes because they're encased in glue and that's not great for cooling. So thanks for that, John. You just pay for my coffee. I think it was $6 though, so you owe me $1. Oh, hang on, that was US dollars, so yeah, I'll probably owe you change then. Because the Australian dollar's worth like 8 cents over there. Destroy. Oh, Jesus. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Need more alcohol. We're not getting that silicon off underneath the diodes. It's not going to happen. Just get under it and work it up. puts up a real big fight, and then it just, when you're least expecting it, just lets go. Oh, look. Yeah, that one's just let go. It was not moving with the pliers before. No, it's not silicone. This is hot glue. And of course, it's a valve amp. So what happens to hot glue in a valve amp? It melts and flows under everything. It becomes very messy. Yeah, I've used a heat gun before, but it just spreads it and it makes it worse, and then it's sticky and it doesn't come off. The alcohol works really well because it's still cold, so it doesn't flow, but it gets under the interface between it and the circuit board. It seems to weaken that interface between the board and the glue itself. Yeah, it's definitely a hot glue of some description, and it was probably put in nice little neat spots when it was assembled, but because it's a valve amp, it's run everywhere, and it's encased the diodes. I doubt they wouldn't have put it on the diodes. It's run onto the diodes, and because the diodes get hot, it's flowed on all around them as well. So there we go. The only Aussie electronics regularly see stuff for sale in the USA is old railroad signal test equipment. I actually see quite a bit of it. I think I've seen them, the test sets made by there's a company that just makes them. Someone gave me one, and I'm like, because it looked like vaguely electronic, I was like, thanks. Couldn't do anything with it. I sold it and someone bought it for like $200. I was like, oh. You'd imagine it would be issued by the rail company. Maybe not. Maybe they've got to buy their own shit. Don't know. I don't think we really make test gear anymore. You got Dave Jones making his multimeters, but I think I don't know that he assembles them. Don't know what the story is there. I think he thought he just made them for fun, but turn the iron back on, get it ready. The last few bits have been a bit stubborn. But we're getting there. So you reckon that coffee shop looked like Florida there, Law? Really? Is that just because everyone's fat? Yeah, road mics are made just down the road from here, Silverwater. Right, let's see if they'll give me a tour one day and do a video. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? One of my Facebook friends is associated. I think he's a service agent in the States for road. What's this diode? Oh, come on, glue. One N4007. There's just one N4007s everywhere. Alright, so we'll repopulate the board after cleaning, and then we'll start working on the bottom side. I'll replace these two resistors here because I want to put new ones off the board. Elevated, you can see how brown that circuit board is underneath that from heat damage. It's not brilliant. See that? I mean, you can mount them remotely, but putting this thing back in the chassis is enough of a pain in the arse how it is, let alone dealing with bloody fly wires going to off-board components, off-world colonies. Two wires touching there, that's great. It's probably from me wrestling them. Might replace that one, that looks a bit funky. I'll delete the going to get coffee video because you kind of had to be there for that one. Oh, let's look at the quality first. The quality is pretty shocking. Oh, it's not too bad. You know what? I think the YouTube app, and this is opposite to the actual camera, I think the YouTube app gives preference to the selfie camera in terms of bitrate. I missed where you answered the question. What is the glue called? It's just hot melt glue. There's no. It's called Andrew. Alrighty then, so we're going to do a little modification here to give every valve a screen resistor. So let's pull up schematic. Hot snot, yeah, that's another word for it. I don't have the Delta Blues. I'll get the Delta Blues schematic, just one moment. I got the Classic 30. Pretty similar, but probably got different component names. PAV, Delta Blues. Still looking for a PV Prowler. download that schematic and look at it. Fuck, just closed it. Control Shift plus. No. Doesn't want to rotate. Control Shift plus. Yeah. Control Shift plus. Yeah, now it works. Whatever. PV Prowler. I suppose there's nothing real special about it, but it just looked pretty well built. Anyway, Delta Blues. So V4 and 7 get a screen grid, and V5 and 6 are not so lucky. So V5 and 6, we're going to cut their trace and give them a 1K or 1.5K if we're feeling saucy. Want to remove the 100 ohmers and put the value that we want in there. Alright, so looking at the schematic, looking at the circuit board, the outer two valves, let's just follow the trace. So I'll show you. So here are the two screen grid resistors. Let's zoom in. So a bit hard to trace because of all the linking wires, but here's the supply line to the screen grid resistors. There's one there between those two pins, and one there between those two pins, and this is the supply coming from the HT, which is coming from that here, which is through the, I'm behind myself, behind the screen node dropper, which is this resistor here, and that's your B plus connected to your caps. So B plus on this trace jumps through the, 400 ohm, 390 ohm screen grid resistor, screen node resistor, and then that's your screen node that carries on to via dropper resistors to the rest of the preamp, but it also passes over to this via this link, which lands here. That's still your screen node. That supplies these two screen grid resistors, which go to the outer two valves, and it also jumps through this link here. That lands here, goes to another link here to there. That's pin 9 of that valve, and that's also hardwired to pin 9 there. So these two are directly connected to the screen node, and these outer two are connected via a 100 ohm screen grid resistor. So that's not adequate either, the 100 ohm for current production valves, so they go bye-bye. I'm not going to save the resistor. I'll give all the parts back to the customers, so I'll just cut them off. It's not like I'm saving stuff to reuse. Don't have time for that shit. So now we can just go ahead and start removing the old leads. So we can get the BOFA going, get some solder happening. It's getting probably time to turn the lights on because I'm no longer an owl. I'm going to get rid of this wire here. Just going to mark which one's the shield. black marker. I want to clean their connectors anyway. Soldering iron's angry. That's good. I'm going to put some lights on. Okie dokie, BOFA on. Need some nicer footage here, eh? Just using a bit of extra solder because there's no flux on there, it's been cleaned off from the factory. Just going off memory so far as to where the component leads are, and then flip over when we're a bit lost, which is all the time. Ah, God. Carl Legends, chat's not very lively today. What's going on? Are you all falling asleep or something? Can't blame you. You're watching me. Not the most sensationalist channel on the face of the planet. What are you all doing today? Can weather stripping adhesive be used to strip out the weather anomalies we don't like, do you think? Weather stripping. Don't know. That's an existential question, I think. You've been eating the mushrooms around the letterbox again there, champ. 2 more diodes. Now we've caught this board before a lot of damage has been done. Yeah, there's cracked solder joints all over the bastard. All over the bastard. That's Aussie 101. Call inanimate objects bastards. We'll get there, mate, we'll get there. It's not very glorious on this channel. We're not like, you know, Psionic or Fazio, where we get to work on, you know, absolute gem amps all the time. We're in the real trenches here, where we're in Australia, where we don't have that kind of cachet of amps to choose from. You can't be picky, you've got to just work on what people are willing to pay for, and they're willing to pay for this, so we work on this. It'd be nice to have nothing but hand-wired tweed amps. I think I'd probably have a much easier life if that's all I had to deal with. We've got the 2 screen grid ones that we've got to remove their old leads. Haven't had a proper psychedelic experience since the 80s, so I'm overdue. So YouTube started giving me recommendations on that, so I think YouTube wants me to take acid. Keep getting these like videos about like doctors that have done it and analysed it and, you know, put themselves through it. I don't know, everyone I've seen on acid, they just seem to be drunk and silly. I'm sure if you're in a fine state of mind it wouldn't do you any damage, but it's something you want to control, and how do you control it when it's illegal? So you just don't do it as a safety precaution. Reality's fucked up enough as it is, you don't need that. Yeah, is it magic mushrooms are actually legal in Canada? Fuck, what isn't legal in Canada? Your micro mushrooms, micro dosing for anxiety is a lifesaver. I've heard that. Stay away from acid. Yeah, it's probably a good move. Alright, let's get out some components. I could send you my 73 twin reverb if you want a vintage rebuild. Yeah, but where are you, Steve? If that is your real name. So 3 ohm and 1.K. Those 3 ohm have gotten pretty hot. They've cracked their casing. You can see a little cross pattern in the middle there. They've gotten pretty warm. It's a dumb arrangement, these heaters. I don't know why they did it, but cost, I guess. Anyway, I'll grab some 3 ohmers. Got the lightweight ish ones. Should get some more of them. 3 ohm, 5 watters, 3 ohm 5 watt V-shape. On the purchase list, another $100 down the drain. So screen resistors. Let's go 1.5K, 3 watters. Ooh, have I got them on the list too? 3 watts adequate. 1.5K, 3 watts. Did I order them? 1.5K, 3 watt. I did not. Okay. Metal film. Crime pays but botany doesn't channel. He's great, funny, foul-mouthed, sarcastic. You like his channel? That doesn't sound like what I like. I'm not sarcastic at all. You like his channel. He goes gadding around the world to check out the flora. Gadding? What's gadding? Is that a typo? New Orleans. Yeah. I think you better send yours to Lyle, mate. He's just down the road. Comparatively. Mushroom's a very grey area. I live 20 minutes from a reserve and their chief allows for them to be sold. So no, don't have time for any recreational stuff because recreational. Look at those big beautiful resistors, aren't they nice? Made in Mexico, 6.5 watt, 3 ohm 5%ers. I'm going to bend them pretty sharply. The leads are right there, but that will give us a little bit more dissipation. Memphis adjacent. There. I can't believe how many people call him Kyle. He doesn't sound like a Kyle. Like calling me Brett. It's Brett's Guitar Garage. Good luck, Brett. Got my fancy little pliers. Bing bing. These leads are pretty thick. Lead forming pliers. Give it some breathing room from the board. Just check we're not lifting the pads when we push them in. Oh, we've still got some solder there to clean up. If there was ever a Lyle, it would psionic. What? trying to confuse me. You know I'm a simple Australian. Happy Mardi Gras. Do you know what the Mardi Gras is over here? I want to go to it. It looks like fun. It's the Sydney Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras. I'm not sure when it is, but it's like biggest party in Sydney. Looks like a hell of a time. The whole city shuts down at parades go through the, I think, George Street all the way down to the Rocks. Never done shrooms, only Sid 4 times. Powerful yet joyful experience. I think it's a bit of a concern. You've got to, it's all your state of mind when you do it, I think, and that's a worry, because everyone's state of mind these days with the world the way it is not necessarily good. If I get demonetized for talking about this stuff, that'd be interesting. I don't really care. I make like $2 a video, so whatever. Oh, I'm glad I could have helped there, John. Got yourself a pair, did you? Alright, so they're a little bit more securely mounted and up off the board, so we probably stopped that heat damage in its tracks. Can't see much about what's already there, but should be good now. Shave his beard off. It's starting to get a bit annoying. I remember, have you guys seen Super Troopers, that movie? They get pulled over and his mates make the guy in the back eat all the drugs. There's a whole bag of shrooms. Those are shrooms, man. Littering and smoking the reefer. Physical therapy. Oh, good luck with that, Victor. I don't know what that entails, but I hope you come out in one piece. Black helicopters were circling. Always develop interesting threads. Ah, see what you did there. Always with the puns. You're a very punny man. Alright, so we've installed the 2 existing ones, no biggie there. For the others, let's turn this off for a sec. I'll do the interesting part now because I know he's hanging out to go and live life. Now we need to cut traces. So this is where it gets interesting because it was boring before. So the inner 2 ones have no screen grid resistance. Confirm. Yep. So we've got a link. So we can replace one like just replace that link with a resistor. So that covers one, but they'd still be on the same screen grid. So you could maybe go 2K or something on that one and they can share it, or you can give it its own one, which is how I'm going to do it. So notice on here those standoffs. That is where the chassis is. So these protrude from that point forwards. So there's no room for a resistor here. You can barely get a 1/4 inch one in. I always say that, 1/4 watt one in. It's about twice the height of a 1/4 watt resistor. So we don't want to put anything there. We want to put everything on the other side of the board. So to do that, what we have to do is remove that link. So I'll cut that. JP11. Yep. Remove its little remainders of the lead. See, the main reason these amps have issues is because they treat the EL84s so poorly. When you do that with tiny little pads like these, hello camera, hey, can focus. For some reason it doesn't like circuit boards. Fantastic camera choice, I know. Look how tiny the pads are. So you've got to be pretty careful with them. So we want to reflow that one. That's fine. Get me art knife out, hobby knife. I'll just cut it here, a little bit away from the pad. And cut it here, a little bit away from the pad. Get the razor blade under it, get it started. Slip, cut my finger open. I remember it being this hard last time, but I didn't have the camera rolling last time, so that's why. As soon as we get it there, we can just get the pliers on it. No. Alright, now we go. We can just peel that trace off the board. No, we can't, because it keeps breaking, which doesn't happen when the camera's not rolling, does it? Fuck me. The last one went so smoothly. So just get the bloody camera rolling. Nothing works for you. No, fuck me, I can't believe this. I've done this about 10 times, no issues. There, that's how it's supposed to happen. Just peel the trace off. Because we've munched up the fiberglass there a bit, I'll give it some conformal coat before I put it back together. I want to take the coating off here just to get a little landing for the resistor lead. Move the excess solder from there. want to form this sort of a bit hectically. Took a bit much copper off that lead. I should have left more of that trace there, but anyway. So now that's passing through the valve socket pin. I'm going to put a bit of silicone on that resistor. So now we've got that resistor installed. The other one can go directly into these pins. I don't seem to remember them being, the pads, sorry, I don't remember them being that small last time. Just going to fold those leads hard over so there's some mechanical support, because now there's copper on the same side as the component, and that's not fantastic in terms of mechanical support. So we've got two resistors there. Get a bit of wire. If we initiate a mass fruiting and sporing event. Bit of blue tack. Tin the bugger. Form a J hook. Get a bit of heat shrink. It's a bit long. got to poke your tongue out for this kind of work, alright? So don't forget that, because that's, as I say a million times, it's very important. Got a mate with the Delta Blues. He keeps going, oh yeah, I must bring it around for service. But he just keeps using it, and I'm going, oh, every time he keeps using it, I'm thinking, it's getting worse and worse every day. But it still makes noise, so you won't bring it in until it stops making noise, regardless of what the quality of that noise is. Alrighty, now we've got one screen grid resistor per valve. So you wanted to know how it's done, that's how I do it. There's probably different ways, but it seems to be adequate. So there we go. Let's zoom in. Oh my god. Mein Gott. So the inner two now. Pin 9. Wire there. Pin 9. Wire there. And that's your supply line. And the other two were already had a position for them. You got your two heater resistors there, higher power, positioned off the board, still nice, very sturdy, that's good. That ceramic cap's leaning over on an angle, I'm not a big fan of that. I'll just take a bit of lead length off that component because that's unnecessary. Don't need 1/4 inch of lead hanging off. So would you add screen grids to an amp that didn't have them? Yes. A vintage amp. Unless it was using new old stock valves, yes. If it didn't have massive resale value, like if it was a museum piece, I'd probably leave it as is, or I probably wouldn't take a job in the first place, because I'm not a museum curator, I'm an amp tech. I'm here to make your amps reliable and sound good, not you know, embalm your amplifier and put it in a fucking vat for viewing. Other guys can do that. Yeah, I think, Steve, you'll find that your EL84s will last a lot longer. So on the other side, just got to take off that excess of that lead. Leave about 1/8 of an inch so it's got some mechanical support coming out the other side near the socket. So that's a little anchor for the other end of the resistor. Jeez, almost out of coffee again, mate. Got to settle down a bit, I think. Anything pre-72 Marshall probably won't have screen grids or stoppers on the power. Yeah, or grid stoppers, yeah. 1965 amp. I mean, it depends. If you don't push the thing hard, you're probably fine. What happens, right, is your screen grid's got either a resistance or a choke from your B+. When you push the amp hard, the resistance of the output transformer makes the voltage on the plate sag, and if it goes too far, the voltage on the screen grid is higher than the voltage on the bloody plates. So then the screen grid tries to be a plate and over dissipates, and the screen grid isn't a big plate of aluminium, like a big plate of metal. Oh, I don't know what metal it is, but whatever. Like the plate is, it's just a fine molybdenum mesh of just spiral wound wire welded onto two posts, right? So then they get red hot and they melt, and then they spring loose, and then they short to the control grid or the suppressor grid, usually the suppressor grid because it's the next one out, because they're under tension when one of the screen grids, so the screen grids vertically, they're like that. Yeah. So one of them will melt and it'll flick out, and it'll probably touch the suppressor grid, which is connected to ground, and that'll give you a screen node to ground short, and that will blow an HT fuse if it has one, or cause other chaos like burn screen grid resistors. If it touches anything else, it could touch the control grid, so then you feed high tension back into your bias supply, destroy all the caps in your bias supply, and they need replacing then. So it can get pretty costly. You can limit that current to prevent it happening in the first place by adding screen grid resistors. Seems logical to me. Some of the vintage fanboys see no logic in anything except for preserving amplifiers. The thing is, a lot of these vintage guys, they want the amp to be fully original, but then they get drunk on the weekend and they turn it on. Well, you can't have both. It's either got to be functional or original. You can't expect to use it if you want to have it all original. Drill bits. Oh, what? I found my other center punch. Sweet. Ha! That's the one that still works. Cool. Amazing the things you find when you're not looking for them. Half the caps inside were crumbling, power tubes were toasted, as was the rectifier. Yeah, you should make that shit on a bumper sticker. Do you want it functional or original? Yeah, you can't have both. Sorry. I know in your secret little forum worlds where you all talk shit, you can have both, but in real world you can't have both. I've seen some 1950s amplifiers with a main B plus feed screen. Oh, feeds the screens first without screen resistors, then fed the plates via the output transformer. Yeah, I've seen that on a few. Some of the old Australia stuff was like that. Thomas Organ USA Vox. Most of these are solid state garbage amps. Burns and Arbiter did a similar deal with Baldwin piano and organ. The USA Baldwin Sound City amps are like a UK Arbiter amp. I told him, do you want to collect it or play it? He said play it, so I've got a full recap, new tubes and a bunch of replaced resistors and a grounded power cord. Good move. And take out that death cap if it's got it. Oh, that's a Cambridge reverb. Yeah. I think you mentioned that in our previous stream, didn't you? A couple of 1N4007s, most useful little choochers in my collection. Just to replace those ones that were encased in glue, because these do generate a bit of heat. Not heaps, I mean they're 1 amp diodes, but when they're encased in glue they can't get rid of that heat that they do produce, so, and that glue could become conductive. It was already getting pretty brown. Death cap is gone, good to see. Death cap for cutie. Polarity switches out of circuit, good shit. Polarity switches are handy for creating little secret functions, like maybe a 1 in 10 power switch, or like output power switch, or like a triode pentode switch, or personally I'd probably make it a turn on and off negative feedback switch. You got opportunity for little custom features there, little secret squirrel features. Alright, 1000 oof, 35 volts, 2200s we've got, and then we've got 222s and 247s. No, 322s, 247s, same as the Lose Deluxe, which I just did yesterday, Arvo. Oh, I'm gonna order more of them too. Bloody hell, I'm getting sick of ordering shit. It's too much money. Why have I got like 100 microfarads? Must have thought I was loaded that day or something. Microfarad 35 volt. Order them as well, axial. Yay, how much are they going to cost me? Alex, here you go, mate. Alex, you missed my walk to the coffee shop. Ooh, there's 2 leads there I forgot to remove. So we're sitting here in dead silence with no vibe because I got a copyright strike. Oh, I keep calling it strike. Copyright notice on the last stream. Copyright claim, that's what they call it. No vibe. This is the last of my 47 mic F&Ts. I think I'm going to move over to Tube Amp Doctor for everything now, because they're just as good, if not better, and they're 105 rated. You can actually get a data sheet for them, and they're cheaper. And the writing doesn't rub off. Not that we care about that, but anyway. Turn on a classical station. Well, I'd still get a copyright claim for that because it's still music. I normally have jazz, ABC jazz in the background. Michelle hates it. It's hilarious. Don't ya, woman, if you're watching. C39, C40. Yeah, so they're just paralleled. Group of one big 100. Meh. Too hard. Might go see a gig tonight if I feel up to it later on. One of my customers, the Rose Carlio band, out at the Clarendon near Richmond Air Force Airport, RAF, Richmond Airport. That's where the RAF base is. The Clarendon, I think it used to be a Hog's Breath or something. Now it's a pub. Well, they had a Hog's Breath upstairs or something, I don't know. Yeah, one of my customers and mates is playing out there with the full band instead of just the acoustic duo that they normally do, so that'd be cool to catch up on. It's funny, it was one of those pubs that was a pretty rough sort of tradie pub, and we were on a bike ride once. We dropped in there for a beer on the way home. And one of my mates was with us. Well, there's two of us. Me and one mate were kind of scumbags at the time, and my other mate, they had these fully naked chicks serving drinks, right? Not just bikini with topless. They were fully naked, no clothes at all, just high heel shoes on, high heel, yeah, whatever. And my mate like couldn't look at him. He's like shy, and me and my other mate were just chatting to him like casually, like, oh yeah, you going? Yeah, the weather's pretty rough today. And he's yeah, oh, how was it out on the ride? Was it busy? Blah blah blah. And my other mate's just like, ooh, it was funny as. But yeah, it was a little bit confronting when you first walk in, and there was no sort of notice on the front door or anything, and then there's just naked chicks walking around serving drinks while we're playing pool. It was funny as. I don't think they do that anymore, but you never know, who knows. It is Richmond. 31 watching, 32 thumbs up. Way to beat the algorithm. Really? So, must be people that have come and gone. That's alright. The long streams, people come as they can and then take off after. It's cool. Just dropping in to say g'day and catch you on the next one. Oh, no touchy. We're not creeps. We're just chatting to them like normal. We weren't even really ogling them or anything. Ogling them. We're just chatting casually. It's kind of fun to just when you talk to a naked person, just pretend they're not naked. Just talk about small talk shit like you normally do. So I wonder if that's going on tonight. Might go out there and check it out. So whose caps are the Tad ones? Tube Amp Doctor. Whose caps? What do you mean? They're mine. When the customer pays, they're theirs. Forever and ever. I thought my job was bad. What? Walking around naked serving people drinks? I'd do that. No one's going to pay me to do that though. That's the problem. Tube Amp Doctor, I don't know, well, they look a little bit like Panasonic's. I'd assume that Tube Amp Doctor aren't actually making caps, but I don't know, I can't confirm or deny that, so might pay me not to do it. Yeah, well, essentially that's what everyone's doing by giving me work here, otherwise I would do it. Alright, I go positive terminal down, so that way we can see the label. You can see that it's a quality capacitor. And we'll silicon a little choocher. I don't like doing it, but I'm also not going to wait 3 weeks for a capacitor to turn up, get a job out the door. Tad tests and sorts them. I think you're thinking about the valves there. You can get capacitor. I could get Brad's Guitar Garage capacitors made if I wanted. It's just a matter of. It's just a wrap. So it's a matter of who you want to manufacture them. I think there's quite a few companies that do custom capacitor wraps, because you see all the boutique wanker amp companies, one bloke in his garage, and they've all got personalised caps, so it's a thing. Personally, I can think of better ways to spend money on design than that, but anyway, ego is what it is. So, kind of snooking myself here because I sort of need to set that aside for that silicon to cure now. But that's pretty much it, other than those wiring up those 2 caps. So we can start soldering. I'll just set that up so it doesn't disturb those caps. Silicon's reasonably tacky, so that's good. Get your ego brand, yeah, that's right. Let's reflow the input jack while we're here. They look reasonably good, like there hasn't been any shock to them, so that's good. Snippety doodah time. Won't accidentally cut off the header. Film and foil, 1000 volt. Should get custom caps made, Seth. It's a bit fancy. So, zippity doodah, was that? Because I keep saying snippety doodah. Was that from? There's a flying fucking the nanny. Mary Poppins. Was that from Mary Poppins? Cherry Poppins. Song of the South. Really? How do I know about it then? Let's read the Song of the South. Huh. So is that a musical? Bugger if I know, I'm a dumb Australian. Reflow these pots while we're here. It's leaded solder, so we don't have to fully remove the old stuff, just new flux and reflow. No electrical connection to the fourth leg, it's just mechanical. Someone's already reflowed this one. It's just mechanical. So this amp must have had some pretty serious symptoms. Looking at all these cracked solder joints, it wouldn't have just been a matter of it stopped one day. There would have been all sorts of shitty symptoms happening, but you don't hear about them. The customers don't tell you about them. They just say it stopped. It was going great, and then it stopped. And you look at all the stuff wrong with it. It's like there's no way it was going great. So now it'll go great. Once you do all this to these things, they're really good amps. People say, "Oh, it's not worthwhile. I can go get another one for that." Yeah, but you get another one that's in the same condition as this one, and it's got to be done to that too. So, you know, you getting back into the PV Bandit today. Had a case of can't be fucked for a week. Yeah. I used to think a Tom speaker sounded great. Oh, Torn speaker. Right. Sorry, I'm reading it from a distance. Your comments don't make sense. So that was a bloke from the Kinks myth, wasn't it? The torn speaker thing. What was his name? Alright, so she's getting there. She's getting there. You know, I quoted the customer for those axials, which are like $13 each or something. So I'll revise that to reflect the fact that we've put Nishikons in there, which is still probably like $8 or $9, but at least I'm not charging them for the part that I didn't put in. Dave Davies, that's it, isn't it? Boom, there you go. There must be a bit of a delay. Let's check the delay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20-second delay. That explains it. So I'm from the future. I see Big Clive and he's in like middle of nowhere, Isle of Man, and he gets like 3 seconds. And this is what we get in Australia. 20 second latency. Bloody hell. Bloody hell, mate. No, they don't flush backwards because we've been through this. We don't have 10 litres of water in our toilet because we've got better diets than you seppos. We've got larger nuts than Americans too, like our nuts are larger. So if we had as much water as you Americans have in your toilets, our nuts would be teabagging in the water. So yeah, we don't have as much water and it doesn't have a chance to rotate. That's the truth of the matter. You heard it here first. those sockets aren't even bottomed all the way down. Still at it, Victor. Aloha. You may call them water saver toilets over there, but over here they're just toilets. They're all like that over here. Probably got maybe a litre max in the bottom of the bowl. But you know what does fuck with me? That's our normal toilets, right? There's about a litre in the bottom. But then you get on a train, and our mountains trains have toilets in them. I don't know if you guys have trains in the States that have toilets in them, but some of our trains travel pretty long distances, even from the city. And the mountains trains have toilets in them. But in a train that's rocking all over the place, they fill it up fucking heaps more, and the water sloshes around. So, just like, give someone a government contract to design something, and their brain stops working. I'm just removing the solder from these sockets because the pins aren't bottomed out, so there's movement able to happen there, so that could crack a pad. So I'm just removing the solder so I can push the sockets all the way down and then resolder them. That will give them a chance of holding on. Alright. to melt the pads. I can feel the socket going down a little bit further each time, so that's good. Looking good, looking good. What does a BOFA have over a small shop vac for smoke removal filtration? Probably the biggest factor would be noise, because it sounds loud on the thing, but it's really not that loud, because it's a high flow but low pressure application, like a dust extractor as opposed to a vacuum pump. If I had a vacuum running, listen to that, and it'd have to be right there because it's high pressure, low flow. And the vacuum has a motor that's very inefficient and generates a lot of heat. When I've got that running, vacuuming out a big cabinet or something, it heats up all under the bench. You know, when you got your home vacuum on and you touch it and the thing's fucking hot. This is a very efficient induction motor, and it's speed adjustable. I'll show you the maximum speed. Right, so that's maximum speed, and I'm still speaking over it pretty comfortably. Not like that where you had to yell. I'll show you the minimum speed. Now on minimum speed, you'd have to be like right on the joint, but that's like very quiet, so quiet. You hear me whisper over it. ASMR. And it's got a HEPA filter and a charcoal filter. Okie dokie, Legendarinos. Let's just run these wires for the last connections on those caps, and we can start firing this thing up. Off memory, I'll change the bias divider resistor, cool it down a bit. I can't remember the value off the top of my head now, but as soon as I look at it, I'll probably remember. The airline blowing dust off concerns me. I know that all that crap will be distributed within my shop. Yeah. Yeah, it concerns me too, because I've got to keep dusting the guitars and glass benches and stuff down. But it's either that or work in a garage, or take every amp home to blow it out, and that's a pain in the ass. So battle on. '50s kitchen exhaust fan. The main thing I use the compressed air for is blowing off solvent. So I'll use alcohol on a board, and if you just let the alcohol sit there, the impurities stay there and the alcohol evaporates. You brush off as much as you can physically, but imagine getting into a board like this that was really dusty. You can only sort of get in there so much, so using the alcohol you can put it on there, brush off the excess and then blast it away, and it leaves less residue. And you probably see me with the paper towel, I put a bit there and that absorbs it instead of it just running onto the bench. Let the paper towel evaporate and then put it in the bin. Got a new amp this week. Sweet. Rev D20. That's cool. Joy Buzzer. Your name rings a bell. Are you from Big Clive's streams? Have I seen you on Big Clive's? Or are you just here? Yeah, Rev amps are cool. I don't see many of them. There's not that many out here, but from what I gather, there are from my colleagues. They're pretty reliable amps, pretty well built. Ah, Lyles, that's where I've heard you. Yeah, I've just heard someone other than me say your name before, that's all. Thought it might have been on the Big Clive channels. Big Clive Big Clive and Lyle probably the only ones I sort of watch live streams of now. Don't have time really for much else. Bit of heat shrink. Ooh, matching cab. That's splurging, alright. They ain't cheap. Yeah, we're not trying to hide the fact that they're radials, just going to make it nice and secure. And there won't be a problem with them being radials. There will come a time where you just can't get axials in certain values. There'll be probably the tube amp stuff will carry on longer than anything else, because you're dealing with people needing parts for restorations and stuff, but it'll become more and more expensive and less of a viable solution for production. It's got me fucked why anyone uses radials for production now. Like, it's just silly. I know everyone wants a pretty turret board or eyelet board or something, but that's reminiscent of the old stuff, but you're just not going to be able to get them sooner than later. What kind of nozzle is that on my vac? That wasn't a vac, that was a hot air gun. That's the quick 861 DW. So that's blasting hot air out there at 200 degrees Celsius. Excellent for just quickly doing heat shrink, but you can also use it for the SMD rework. Those old vintage exhaust fans at 300, fucking hell, it's worth $1,000. Start to rattle like an old tractor unless you periodically rebalance the fan blades. It's probably the, I assume it's ball bearing too, eh? That's not the quietest. Yeah, it's like those desk fans, the old cast iron ones. All the hipsters want them, along with their, their typewriter and shit, and their hipster desk. It's alright, John. No need to apologise, mate. It's Friday night over there. I'm surprised he's aren't all pissed. Alright, solder those leads. We're pretty well done. Uh, 3:30 in California, don't worry, I'll definitely get there. 5:30, piss comes later. Well, that's good. You're sensible. Because over here we call Friday Poets Day. Because you piss off early because tomorrow's Saturday. Poets Day. Alright, so that's our finished board. So what have we done? We've replaced all the supply filter caps. I'm going to replace the bias supply cap, which I think is, let me review the schematic briefly. So 10 microfarad 50 volta and 22 microfarad 25 volta. Yes, I remember what I did. Right, so show you the schematic again. So to cool the bias down a little bit, because in its stock form these were running at like 140%, 150% and fixed bias amp, which is fucking ridiculous. But you know, for some reason manufacturers have it in for EL84s, so they like to make sure they don't last, or make sure they last as short a time as possible. So on the last one I just did an equal divider, so I went 47-47. At the moment that's pulling the output. It's just a resistive divider. That's your output, and that's another filter. It's pulling from the -36, so you've got a 47 and 33. So at the moment it's closer to ground than it is to the 36. It's not halfway between. So if we go to, if that truly is -36 and we go 47-47, that will leave us with -18 volts. And we'll see where that lands us. I think that's what I did last time, and it landed at about 70%, which is what we want. And that cap will change out, C44. Those two are the ones we've already changed out, so that's, you can think of that as your first and second filter stage, and that's your third filter stage there for your bias. So 3 stages of bias filtering. That's why this one's a relatively small value. And that is C44, which is right there. So I'll change that. We'll upgrade that one. The rest of them are decoupling. Sorry, not decoupling. I always say that. The rest of them are bypass caps. I haven't had an issue with them. We'll leave them in. C44 will change though, because that's a critical supply, and we've already changed these two. And we'll change R64, which is right next to it. So we'll put a 47k in there. We'll check our orders of magnitude that we don't put a 4.7k in there or something, because that will make things melt. So let's do that. That's it. Moving to your continent. What did I do? Spent all day trying to get a guy enrolled in 2-factor authentication. If he would read, would have taken 15 minutes. Are you in IT? Are you in IT, Alan? Brad, do you know any way to cure the voltage drop with the trem on a Delta Blues? Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Well, we're about to find out, because if that's an issue, I'll sort it out on this one. This is a Delta Blues. It's your lucky day, Alan. Has anyone used those radial to axial capacitors adapters? I've got a phone call, hang on. Hello, Brad speaking. It's just the guy coming to pick up his Thunderfunk amp. I did a video on that one, but I haven't edited it yet. The Thunderfunk are not recommended for purchase. They're obsolete anyway. The company went down. Notice I'm cutting the components off before removing their leads, because this circuit board is very delicate, and if you were to try and pull folded out leads through the hole, they often take the copper pad with it. So we don't give it an excuse to do that. We gently remove the remainder of the lead after we've cut them off from the bottom of the board, and it's the same method as all the Fender stuff, all these cheap single-sided boards. You've got to baby them. That guy was an ass. Yeah, I heard something about that. What's the story with him? Because his amps are shit. He just completely ignores thermal design. He's got like a 700 watt amp with 6 output devices, with like no heatsink, just bolted to the chassis. And that's dumb. That's really dumb. Class AB amplifier with no heatsink, basically. 8 spring reverb. It's just 4 2-spring tanks. How dumb is that? Yeah. Okay. So he's just a dick. Anyone that names himself Dave Funk, you probably have to be a bit cautious about, because again, ego over all else. He was an arrogant automotive test equipment engineer. Okay. I don't get these guys that come from other fields and then think they know everything about amps. Like, I don't know fuck all about anything, but yeah, I figured it probably wasn't his real name. There, Alan. Oh God, who now? Hello, Brad speaking. Just people chasing work again. Yeah, it can be pretty stressful having like a dozen of those phone calls a day where you're trying to work on other stuff. But it is what it is. Musician's gonna musician. Anyway, what are we talking about? Never heard of Thunder Funk. Time to Google, I guess. Not his real name. Met him several times. The man who made my water skis is named Dennis Funk. His father was Chet Funk. It's a real name. He was fairly nice to me. Don't know why. Seen him go off on every other amp made. Yeah, you got to be careful with guys like that. There's a couple of guys like that on the forums. Like, every amp ever made is shit except for mine. It's like, fuck, whatever, dickhead. And then you look at their amp and you're like, holy fuck, you put your name to that? Okay, whatever. Alright, we're ready to start scrubbing this board, get the flux off. Flux on, flux off. Yeah, I don't know. They were the fastest amps I've ever played slew rate wise. Cool. And he doesn't have heat sinks, so I think that slew rate will drop a bit when the output stage melts. Yeah, fast slew rate is a thing with audio. Audio is actually one of the pretty demanding applications for that. When you look at the figures, you like of an output stage, it's a fair bit of voltage happening there. So slew rate's not so, it is the rise time, but it's also with higher power amps, you're talking a pretty big swing. So big swinger. Get off my chair. This is very interesting, this part, isn't it? Just trying to get rid of the dust attracting shmoo. Go this way for these ones. Yeah, I agree, Alan. They held out for so long, keeping them American made, and all their massive cost cutting is kind of the only reason they could. I don't find it a big issue. It's just as hard to work on as a Hot Rod or Blues Deluxe, whatever, DeVille. Sort of in the same field, although they seem to command a higher price because of the big F on the front panel. Personally, I think they sound worse than these amps. The rock stuff, anyway. These amps have got a good sound, but I found that like novice or beginner techs love to whinge about these things because they just love to pile on and have a good old whinge about something because it shows their prowess or whatever. I was one of them. But once you actually, you know, dig into a few of them, they're pretty good amps. Yeah. How'd you pick that, John? I was a French polisher for, well, you know, I was a jack of all trades like I am in every trade, but I was spray painting polyurethane and lacquer for quite a many years on some high-end kitchen and architectural jobs, large panels, spray paint guitars still to this day, and occasionally if I've got a small joinery job for a mate or something, I'll spray paint it myself. See, I'm a spray painter. I'm a friggin' everythinger. It's a curse. Because when you do everything, and everyone knows it, anytime someone wants a favour, you're the one they call. I've got DeVilbiss and Star guns at home that I use for guitar work and joinery work. Robot arm back and forth, 50% overlap. Wow. Giving myself away. I wouldn't be good as a spy because I can't hide things like that. Alright. How's that? If only my welding was that accurate. Alrighty then. Oh, a little bit more washing on that one. I just don't want to leave sticky stuff on it because dust sticks to it, and dust can absorb moisture and then conduct electricity. All of a sudden, everyone's bringing in Vega trems for installation. Have you heard of them? I don't know. Is John Mayer using one or some shit? Because all of a sudden everyone's bringing them in. We're running out of pressure. So wax on, wax off, whack off. I would love to try a Vega. Yeah, where's everyone hearing about them? They must have a pretty strong marketing department because I'd never heard of them until all of a sudden customers are bringing them in every week for installation. And they're sort of like a knife edge trim. It's supposed to be really smooth. I'll find a Fender 2.5 trims are probably adequate for me, but I'm a bit of a hack, so yeah. Adrian Bellew, I assume you mean. Swears by him. Adrian Bellew. So he's from... He did stuff with 9 Inch Nails, didn't he? And is he from 11? The band 11? If I'm thinking of the right guy. It's not Chris Bellew, because he's from President's United States of America. Millions of pictures. That was the first band I went to see. Saved up to buy tickets to. Presidents of the United States of America would have been in 1997? 96 maybe? King Crimson. Ah, right. Sorry, I'm mixing him up with is it Adrian Bellew? Zappa, right. So who am I thinking of? No, that's Elaine Johannes. Who was involved? Adrian Bellew, I'm thinking of. Adrian Bellew. Oh no, that's who we're talking about, yeah. Is that right? Jesus, I need to go back to bed, man. Yeah, Adrian Bellew. So he did work with 9 Inch Nails on the Ghosts series of albums. Or weird projects, whatever they were. Yeah, so we're in furious agreement with each other. The Ghosts series of albums from EPs from 9 Inch Nails was another coping mechanism I used when I was working in a job that I hated. I just put it on and zone out while I was drafting for dickhead architects, and it got me through. Alright, it's clean up time. Put our link cable back on. Now that I've washed off my texter mark. It's alright, I remember which way it goes. Pusa, yeah. My mates and I were obsessed with them in the 90s. It came out of Seattle, like everyone was all doom and gloom, and it's the happiest 3 blokes in the world just appear from Seattle. Engagement with 9 Inch Nails was a brief one. Yeah, it was just a side project for everyone involved, I think. Or did something go down there that you were alluding to? Trent's had a long admiration for Bowie as well, so there's that too. Right, there's the old valves. That one's got the old JJ disease, where it likes to liberate its contents or whatever. That one's got a crack going that way. Yeah, don't know what it is with JJs. All of a sudden they're losing their vacuum. That one's got real hot, and the getter's actually retracted a bit. So I reckon the something's off gassed inside that as well. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah. So I remember, I think I showed you this in the last stream. That that anode has started to like melt there. You can see it's deformed. So it's lost bias on at least that one, and this one looks like it has as well. And you can see the getter's retracted. So something's off gassed and the getter's attacked the gas, remaining gas. So a new set of them. Checked the output transformer last time, just passive resistance tests. Why did tubes turn white when they leak? Because the metal forms an oxide of itself. The metal, is it barium something? And it's oxide. It's a reactive metal, and it reacts with the oxygen that is allowed into the thing. And whatever its oxidized form is, its compound is white. So there you go. Match quad of electro harmonics. Bought these ones quite a while back when we stocked up big time. Polyanail glass, yeah. Other times they just turn out tubes that are duff in other ways, yeah, like the rattly 6v6s. Quite a bit of stuff to dial in, I guess. I'd like to think they would have by now though, eh? Yeah, what I think it might be is yeah, the QC, and they're probably just grabbing rejects off the shelf and putting them out. Oh, you want valves? You're going to ring me every day looking for valves? You can have valves. There you go. Are they tested? I don't know. Who cares? 3-amp tubes are groove tubes. Well, groove tubes, I forget who makes groove tubes, but groove tubes don't make valves. So they're rebadged something or others. Got a bit of that white shit on my hand. Hopefully it's not deadly. Let's run the reverb as well, which means I'll have to pull it out of the cab, but I'm going to clean the cab out anyway. Apex matched, yeah. Rightio, let's get the chassis back. Get this out of the way. Give the control panel a bit of a clean with just a slightly damp rag. Don't want to use any solvent on that, or we'll remove the writing. A little bit of spillage on there as well. Oh, there you go. Gooden's filled you in on groove tubes, grade and match tubes. Aspen Pittman, that rings a bell. Tube amp book, yeah, he wrote a book, yeah, that's right, that's what I'm thinking of. Oh, you fuck, I hate those clips, man. What Uncle Doug said, slightly mismatched tubes give us the sound they're looking for, matched it for hi-fi. Well, yeah, but if you go to a vendor and ask, can I get a set of slightly matched tubes? They'll look at you like, what the fuck are you talking about? So what I'm going to do here is disconnect this output transformer like we did last time, just so we can get some lead length on here, and I'll put it down on the bench and we can run the thing while it's dismantled that way, and we can adjust components without having to remove the board from the chassis again and risk folding those connections more times than we have to. Ugh, sticky tubing. It's gross. We'll end up with a bit of coupling from the power transformer when we do this, but so be it. It's only temporary. Yeah, writing a book would be difficult, man. Even Merlin Blencow from Designing Preamps for Guitar and Bass, he did a power supply book, but he actually pulled it because he decided there was too many inconsistencies in it. So he said, I'll just can it completely. Imagine going all that effort and then canning your own book because you weren't happy with it. It's like that musician mate you've got who's working on the same song for 20 years. Set the transformer up on a block. See how these can make it all the way to the board now. And again, I can't remember which way the plate one went, the output transformer primary went, so that's why I took a photo. Goes that way. J16 is blue. Secondary goes that way. Speaker connection goes that way. Reverb goes back there. Dan Erlwine's book. Hang on, Dan Erlwine isn't he the luthier? No, he never did try to re-release it, but Merlin's hi-fi book, in my opinion, is more valuable than his guitar amp book. It goes into much greater detail. He glosses over a lot of stuff in the guitar one because he figures that it's just hobbyist, whereas in the hi-fi one, he goes into everything in a lot greater depth. Rightio, so let's not put the 12AX7s in the EL84 end, eh? Oh man, those ruby sockets have still got plenty of spring to them. .3D pop-up books. Whatever you're into, eh?
really tight, like stupid tight. Alright, we'll see how the supplied 1287s will treat us. 2 JJs, 1 bent pin. I think I've got a customer even though I'm closed. Not yet. There's one on the way. I need to make my own music. Yes, I do. If I had a job where I didn't have to work 16 hours a day just to break even, I'd probably be making my own music. I do sing. Alright, reverb tank. Ugh, gross. Yeah, it's that weird brand. TP something or other. Alright, so the input of the reverb. Input of the reverb is J6, so that's this one. Goes to the input. That's the output. Try and get the reverb away from the mains transformer a bit. Look at this hodgepodge pile of two. Alright, speaker adapter. Ohm speaker, which is what the stock one is. Right, tremolo. Let's set everything midway ish. These pots are all on different angles, so it's a bit difficult. Which way am I looking? Alright, so that's down. Normal. Alright, let's go to Variac and just test that we've got the right voltages where we are. I know Dad will put shit on me for that, but anyway. Variac boy. That's what fuses are for. Now, remember from last time, we need a ground clip because the circuit is grounded via the pot casings or the input jack, I forget which, but either way there's no connection when it's sitting on the bench like that, so you get a lot of hum. So we'll just go from the FX loop jack to the chassis. Gone into the wrong socket. I'm going to go into where the current meter is. I'll turn this on because we've got a switch on the variac. Get a lead ready for testing voltages. Alright, power on. Oh, just get a high tension fuse, hang on. F1A, F for fast blow. Who doesn't like a fast blow? Get in there. Try again. Alright, we're giving it, let's give it 24 volts AC. Can you see anything there? Yeah, cool. 24 volts ish. Go to DC, what have we got on the V plus? 39, 39. Screen supply, 39 yet. Pin. So we're getting screen every valve, that's good. Plate supply, every valve. Oh, what's the control grid again? Minus 0.8. So we've got bias supply. Cool. Alright, let's give it some more juice and we'll give it some signal. Just give it some signal generator first, just to check that things are flowing. If I can find the cable. Right, we'll just go across the output transformer. To test for output dissipation. So we know when we're starting to conduct. We know when we're naughty and know when we're nice, that kind of thing. I tried ABS cleaner on chrome chassis. That's just naphtha. That's expensive naphtha. I think I tried finding his shop on Google Maps Street View. All I could find was a vacuum cleaner repair shop. No, that was not the right place. It's on Google. There's like a map on my Contact Us page on Google, on the website. You can't see those meters, can you? Oh well. Shit happens. Alright, so we've got 2 plate connections. This is where it starts to look like a haywire mess. We've got B plus connection. But luckily my leads are all silicon, so they won't melt. Let's see if we can move this forward a touch without disturbing it too much. There you go, you can see the meters now. So that's your primary resistances, which you can't read because of the light. 128 and 98 ohm. We're mainly just going to use them so we know when the output valves are starting to conduct. Alright, so let's get some juice. Watching the main straw, it's only 10 watts, 11 watts. Giving it 1 kilohertz sine wave, because I know you guys love 1 kilohertz. Alright, I'll go down to 400 hertz. No smoke yet. No conducting of the output stage yet. I'm drawing 20 watts now. Sitting about 110 volt, 120. And we're starting to see some movement on the voltage drop, so we're starting to conduct. Should start to hear some signal soon. Yep. And the tram's working. Turn the tram off for a minute. Sounds like the reverb's working too. Very much working. Like, really loud. Let's play some guitar through it. Just see it's not going to run away or anything first. Get a little bit of hum because it's sitting on the bench. Drawing 45 watts. So which one's reverb? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's turn the reverb down for the moment. Oh, hang on, I'm going from the wrong end. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so turn the reverb down, the hum goes away. Looking a bit out of balance in the output there. Like 1 volt different. There's your mismatch for you. That's what constitutes a set of match valves these days. Drawing 60 watt. What? Oh, what voltage are we running on the output there? On the main, sorry. 110 volts AC. Am I measuring from the right point here? Should be more than that. 208 volts. To give it 240. 240. And we've got 4.2 and 2.6. So pretty unmatched. I might mix and match them just so both sides are about equal. Let's have a listen though with the guitar. And the customer turns up. You might notice I let go of the guitar when I'm touching the amp. Anyway, let me just sort this customer out. Even though I'm closed. Alright, champions. Whatever your name is. What you find is often the valves will settle down a bit after they've warmed up, and they'll even out quite a bit. There's also, you got to bear in mind, you got 90 something ohms on one side and 128 on the other. These little output transformers are known for that, so there's a bit of that in the factor as well. You're not expecting the same voltage. If they were perfectly matched, you wouldn't have the exact same voltage because you're going across different DC resistances. But what matters to the output signal is the impedance. Anyway, let's fire that up again and have another play. See where that bias is sitting at. Ping. 50 watts. Dropping to 45 and then coming back up. Where's it going to stop? What'd you miss? 6? Not a lot. Just firing up this Delta Blues after doing the work. Was that that was 128 ohm. 28 milliamps on that side, divided by 2 for two valves, 14 milliamps, multiplied by, what's the plate voltage? 376. 376 is 5.2 watts. Have I gone too far, or am I calculating it wrong? It's the screen node 3.7. Let me just confirm that resistance again. $129. Just write this down this time. What was that one? The JCM? No, that was the Hot Rod Deluxe, Blues Deluxe. That was yesterday, which was 27th. First 23. .5, where's it going to settle? 3.6. 3.7. Still rising slowly. Geez, it looks like science experiment gone wrong on the bench, doesn't it? Say 3.7. And that's that. Plate to cathode. Ooh, oscillation there because the lead's near the input. 372. .7 and 2.8. So it's only 14 milliamps per valve. That's 372. It's 5.3 watts divided by 45%. And on the other side, 2.8. Oh fuck, 2.8 divided by 98. It's 14 milliamps. 372. 5.3 divided by 12. 44%. So 1% off. Hence, me not panicking. When you do the math, one's 45, one's 44. So that's per side. So yeah, between 44 and 45% average per side. So that's pretty happy there, I think. Wouldn't stress too much about that. Being the construction it is, I prefer it to run cooler than not. So let's have a play, let's have a listen. So I'll turn the mic, let's get the interface out again, eh? Let's do that. Instead of using the overhead mic. There's a little bit of hum because it's out of the box. If you make a tape with your own music or backing track, can YouTube still give you problems? No. Unless it sounds very similar to something else. Because you will be classified then as the creator of that material. The only way it could affect you is if you posted it on one of your other channels. It'll give you a warning. I get that quite often if I cross post to my walking channel, bushwalk channel. It'll tell me that someone else is stealing it, but Google's too stupid to know that both channels are on the same account. Because Google's Google. But anyway, Google gonna Google. So once again, the voltage is different. We're not aiming for the same voltages. So those voltages are 44 and 45%. Because once you take into account the imbalance in the DC resistance of the output transformer, it actually is pretty close. Here's where I've got to keep looking up at the panel to figure out what the knobs do. And upside down and back to front. So normal, pre, post, reverb, bass, middle, treble. I'm going to plug into my interface, that's good, isn't it? Alright, I'll mute. Muted? Yeah, I'm muted. We're hearing it through the interface though. Alright, I'm happy with that. Next. Take some measurements first. Then carry on. Carry in. G'day Bart. Congratulations on the awkward name. Likely causes are any of the above. Sorry. Could be anything, mate. Could be a broken solder joint. Could be a dirty socket. Could be a bad valve. Could be a shit speaker. Could be a bad valve, output valve or preamp valve. Could be a failing plate resistor. Could be a failing cathode resistor. Could be anything. Could be bad caps. Could be a rattly speaker. Yeah. The only reason it does on low E is probably because it's the most bassy and has the most energy and it's vibrating, whatever the issue is. So likely a bad connection somewhere or a microphonic valve. But yeah, it could be anything, man. Sorry. That's why we actually get paid to do this, because it's a little bit difficult sometimes. Measurement time. So, what did we land on the plates? We've got, we're going to fucking oscillate again. 370. I'll call it 370. We're sitting at, what we got on the mains? 238, that's low. Yesterday was low as well. So let's say 370. Oh, it was 370 when we measured the bias, so we'll put it at that. Ripple is 1.5 volts AC. Motu Klaatu Barada Nikto. What? Okay, what you said. So that's our bias. We're drawing from the main 70 watts. It dropped down to 45, so we'll call 45 watts our standby. Now let's test the output power. So I'll put those dummy loads into a 16 ohm configuration. Let's do that. I need a link cable, which is there. Let's turn it off for a sec. You go there. Oh god, this is getting messy. Idiot check that was about 16 ohms there. 17 ohms, good enough for the girls I go out with. Mount that in mid-air because there's nowhere else for it. Give it some signal. Give it 1 kilohertz because you don't have to listen to it. It's on the scope. And flicker on. Just wait till that dissipation gets to about where it was, about 3.7 volts. That signal. We're topping off at 22 volts in a 16 ohms. That's 30 watts, 30.25 watts. 30.2, that's right, 0.25 watt at 1 kilohertz into 16 ohms. This is the second amp, yes, and we're about to move on to the third once I clean up this haywire abortion. So this one's done. I've just got to clean the cabinet and stuff, but everything works. It should be good for a long time now. Turn off the scope so you don't have to listen to it. Sitting at 3.6 volts. It's coming up, the caps are coming back. They do that. You've got to watch that. Usually not up to dangerous levels, but when you've got high voltage caps used in the industry and stuff like multiple kilovolts, they put straps across the terminals while they're in storage. I think it's called the memory effect. I forget the name of it, but something like that. Memory effect might be something to do with NiCad batteries, actually, thinking about it. So, any storms yet? Nope. Not yet. Now I've got to remove all these valves to get it back in its cabinet. Chassis, sorry. Chat's died down a bit. Is anyone still there? A couple of years, 24 viewers. Starting to get pretty hungry. Where's Michelle with a burrito when you need her? Random fact of the day, Australia's about the same diameter as the moon. Okay. Well, moon's diameter is about as wide as Australia, is what you said. Okay, those leads can stay plugged in. The valves have to come out. I'll put them in the order that they came out in on the bench. Get rid of the notepad. Storms tomorrow on Monday. Are you Australian? Bart? I was talking to my wife in the other room. What? Hi, Wes's wife. There's no problem with contact tension on those ruby sockets. Tell you what, almost too tight. eating dinner. What's for dinner, Wes? Can we come around? Oh, you're in botany. Sick. I'll get you to kick the ass of the customs officers there next time they hold off one of my packages for 6 months. Botany. Alright, we'll do the fold of death and hope for the best. Something was crawling up my leg. It's just the cable tickling my leg. Got the place sprayed for cockroaches about 6 months ago, but I just spotted one yesterday, so time to go again. G'day Mark. Yeah, started early this morning because everyone's on my back for repairs. Just every day it's just ring, 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 ring. Where's my job? Where's my job? Where's my job? Why is this boost button really low? I think it's split its button. You've got to like push something into the chassis to get to it. Alright, I think what I'm going to do here is think creatively. Alright, so those buttons are going about, I don't know, 1/8 of an inch too far in. So let's make some little spaces out of some wire jacket, about 3mm long. I'm just mixing and matching my units here, I hope you don't mind. I'll stick them in the button before putting it on, and that'll limit how far down they can get installed on the switch. There we go, I think that worked well. Sweet. Improvise, overcome. It's still a bit low. We bottomed out there. Yeah, they've got to come up higher. Higher than that even, so I think they've got to come up about 1/4 of an inch. I might do something a bit better here. Yeah, a bit of that bamboo will do. Fixing amps with bamboo. See, told you I'm a hack. No, that's not going to work. I need something more solid. That's just splitting. I'll go back to the first idea. See some heavier gauge wire. Yeah, problem is the cotton buds I have here are not plastic because environment. Alright, let's try that on for size. So I've got some 18 gauge wire now. Put that in. See where that gets us. I think that's too long now. One or the other, isn't it? No, it's holding on. Yeah. Not sure what happened there, if there may be replacement buttons or something. There was a splash of solder in the amp, so it's more like it. Yeah, beauty. Beauty. As we say in Australia, you little beauty. Cliches. Gotta love them. So it's friggin' midday now. I've only got 2 amps done. This is how slow shit is. Complain, complain, complain. Who was saying I was complaining too much? I'm a tech. It's our job to complain. Stomach's rumbling. Time for a burrito. If only there was good food here, I'll just walk there, but the least evil thing here is, what, Subway? Which is pretty evil. You little ripper. Yeah, that's the other one. But chuck us all the cliches, Aussie cliches you can think of, Bart. Yeah, it's just hitting about 34 or 5. You can hear the cicadas outside going off. I wondered that the other day. I'm like, how come cicadas seem to be most active in the hottest period of the day? And it's because the birds preserve their energy in the hottest part of the day. So that means the cicadas can make a big racket and they're less likely to get eaten, easily located and eaten. Because the cicadas are just basically yelling at each other that they want to root, and that's then that's another Aussie cliche. You want to root? So that's what the cicadas are doing, yelling at each other that they want to root, and the birds go, oh, there's a cicada, let's eat it. But when the birds are inactive in the hottest period of the day, it's party time for the cicadas, so off they go. Now the cabinet of this thing's filthy, so I'm going to have to give that a wash off stream. $39. Oh, you're in Melbourne. No, you're at Dubbo. Yeah, I like the humidity though. Call me weird. I love it. I don't know what it is. Put our transformer back where we found it. think humidity I associate with travelling to Queensland. In Queensland, I'm always there, well, for holidays and stuff, so it's got associations of fun times and humidity. And is that feeling when you go to like a licensed restaurant or a pub and you first walk through the door and the temperature drops 20 degrees and then you get a nice cold beer in your hand. Just feels so much better when it's hot outside. I don't know what that's about, but these days we all drink in breweries, which are basically unair conditioned factory units. Co-worker wrecked the company truck when a cicada flew in the cab. Said he was screaming like a little girl. Got a week off work to recover. The truck succumbed to its injuries. Jesus. My old workmate is my age. Sorry, my old boss. He's my age. He was driving on the which motorway was it? The M2, I think. Yeah, the M2. He was driving on the M2, and there's a stretch there near like Ride, I think, where there's like a big cutaway, and you're sort of going between two big hills, and the roads cut through them, and the cockatoos sit up on one, and then they dive down between the traffic, and they go up and sit on the other one, and they all sit up there and they go quiet, and then one of them dives down, and then they all squawk and squawk like they're cheering him on. And then if he makes it to the other side without getting cleaned up by a truck, they sit there for a while, and then the next daredevil goes down. But they were doing it once, and because they do it every morning, and because they live to like, I don't know, like 50 or something in the wild, like 110, 120 in captivity. So they get bored and they do this kind of shit because they're bored. And my boss was driving along, and one ended up in his cab of his ute, it's like flapping and freaking out. And he got covered with all this dust, because I guess they like bathe in a dust bowl. They like flap around in dirt and stuff, and he got covered with all this cockatoo dust. He was trying to grab this cockatoo and throw it out the window again, and freaking out in the car. Imagine that, you're minding your own business and then that happens. It'll wake you up in the morning. My belly. Yeah, the cockies, I've never seen them in my bird bath. Gotcha, you bastard. It's a live carpet. Ugh. We haven't had any cicadas for a good couple of years, or not many anyway, because of the bushfires. So they've all come back with a vengeance. Slightly different looking nut there, so I'll just swap them out. So all three on the front look the same. Yeah, they're sort of like chrome, whereas these ones look like stainless. Alright, that's all fitted. Just do up the hot nuts. Yeah, cockatoos mate for life as well, but I think when one of them dies, they do stand there and like try to figure out what's going on, but eventually they get another mate. Straight, yeah. Yeah, those buttons are just the right height now. It's perfect. Little things. I've got the fingerprints all over everything. Kind of unavoidable a bit. So they're not the easiest things to reassemble. And we're going to start working on those Mesa boogers. Which ones? The Mark 1 and the DC-20. DC-20 I'm waiting on a knob for. Mark 1 I'm waiting on a bunch of stuff for. The King Snake I'll probably do later today, although I'm getting a headache so I want to eat something soon. So I might finish this one and piss off. You've had enough of me anyway. By that point. About how much will a customer pay for this repair? Was about 800 and something bucks. New set of valves. All the caps, I think it was just under 800. Plus, got to clean the cabinet yet. That thing's gross. Tucker time. Smoko. Well, I don't smoke, so tucker time. Well, don't smoke. I have the occasional cigar. This is Have I created something like a diffs schematic, like what differences schematic, to highlight changes I make to improve things. Like this is your comments earlier, cooling the bias down on EL84. Not really. I've got my own notes, but I haven't really made it public because I haven't really thought about it. I just make notes for my own reference. It's sort of a grey area there, because if you do publish it and people try it and then it fucks up because they don't know what they're doing or they've got the wrong equipment or no experience, you bet they're going to send you an email and say, you said to do this, so it didn't work, so you have to help me, because people are fucked in the head. So I'm not really interested in making it public. It's not that I'm keeping it secret, it's that I'm avoiding idiots interacting with me at all, if possible. Because every morning I wake up to like 3 or 4 emails, someone that's seen something and they want personalised advice, and you can tell they don't know what they're doing, because you shouldn't have to ask that question that they just asked. So I either delete their email completely and block them, because they're often from another country. I'm never going to meet them, and they're not a business prospect, so just go away. If it's someone that I've got some history with, like I've chatted to before, and I'm aware that they sort of can find their way around an amp or whatever device, I might assist them. Maybe not one-on-one. A few times I've known someone's a tech and they're just after some specific information on this one specific model, so I'll go out of my way and give them some documentation or have a one-on-one chat with them, but it's pretty rare. It's only if they're a bit special. Otherwise you're just entering into a rabbit hole with someone that doesn't even know their asshole from their earlobe, and it just ends up grating on your soul to talk to them at all. Because essentially the reason they're contacting you is because they're too cheap to pay someone locally to do it, and they want you to give them your experience for free, and I don't have time, so too bad. Morning tea is still smoko to us workers, yeah. Smoko! I'm on smoko! Yeah, I still call it smoko. I'm just, I thought you were talking like having Billy's for breakfast or something. Although it's past 12 o'clock, probably is bong o'clock for a lot of people. Not me, I'm dumb enough how it is. Need all the help I can get. If you bring burritos. Well, it's the major food group. Where's my brush? Oh, I've got so much work to get done at home. I should be there, but if I'm there I think, oh, I've got so much work to do at the shop, I should be there, so yeah, they probably could have fit the amp in there without folding it twice, but well, it's done now, isn't it? beauty of the mirror panel is when you're putting the knobs on, you can see up its skirt and align the splines. No, I didn't test it since putting back in the chassis because I like to live on the edge. Where's your sense of adventure, Joy Buzzer? Is that another word for a vibrator? Is that where it comes from? Alright, if you're worried, we'll do a quick test again. Where's your faith? You don't have any? Good, because you shouldn't, because you should question everything. Well, not everything. Ah, yeah, I know those things. The electric shock things. Oh, they're not electric shock, they're just mechanical, aren't they? I used to have one of them as a kid. It looks like a ring from the outside of your hand. It's got a little buzzer thing and it vibrates. Alright, should be a bit quieter now, but it's still open-ish. Everything midway, turn normal and post down. Actually, I didn't clean the reverb pot, did I? That was a little bit scratchy, so I'll do that before I fire it up. Yeah, the old ones were clockwork. Yeah, it was like one of those wind-up things. Turn the intensity down, power on, bang. Bells are heating. 45 watts and rising again. That's good. Reverb pot's cleaned up. It's good. Channel. display thing back in. Yep. I'll do that. Besides that, seems to be okay. Just give that the rest of the pots a bit of a clean. Should have done that before reassembling, but you can still access them. Luckily they point with the little window towards the opening. The new ones are modified cattle prods. Go progress. Yeah. Yeah, progress. Trim volume decrease. I didn't notice it, but I wasn't switching it on or off either. I was just using the knob. I don't know that this guy's even got a foot switch, in which case it's probably a moot point. Owner didn't complain about that, but we'll check it out. It might be just the design. To do that, we've got to plug a tremolo back in, don't we? So let's do that. I have disconnected it from the wall because this is the mains end. Just thought I'd let you know. Alright, let's go again. Might be that they're using the wrong switch too, because might be switching the boost as well. Let's try it out. I've got tip ring sleeve. Remote switch. So one of them's boost, one of them's trim, I think, from memory. Yeah, no real volume difference there, not that I'm detecting. I don't think there's any difference there. That's just simulating the foot switch to actually turn it off. I don't think it's a thing with this amp. does it chug? Sweet. I'm gonna get off my bench. Just gonna label the in and out of the reverb. Nah, didn't really chug it. Gets you into Alice in Chains territory though, which is handy, and one would say possibly even dandy. Alrighty. Off you go, little amp. Off to live another life. Well, I'm about out of my patience now, so I think I'm going to piss off. Random fact of the day, Ola, England's guitar company, is called Solar. You can't spell Ola, Solar without Ola. He's funny, I like him. I love his real deadpan serious look he gives to the screen when he fucks up or something. Or when he's dialing in tones. He's like that. Looks a bit off actually if you couldn't see his guitar in the screen. Alright legends, so I'll leave you to it. Go have a weekend, would ya? Get off my channel and go live life. And I'll see ya when I see ya. So, see ya.